Generally, as a groups, wait until
So these are properties yourself.
Yes, me and my partner Alex. Yeah, they're good.
Yeah.
Pretty big ones.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens.
Probably like that.
All right, it's 5:15, so we're going to go ahead and get started. This is the October 7th, 2025 meeting of the City of Charleston Board of Zoning Appeals Zoning. Present here today are Bill Goodwin Jr., Chapman McKay, Gordon Huey, Allison Grass, and me, your chair, Jeff Tibbles. Present from the planning staff are Robert Summerfield, Matt Slagle, and Chris Swalha. Present. These proceedings are being recorded, and we ask that anyone who speaks, please identify yourself for the record. We will conduct this meeting in the usual fashion. We will first receive information from city staff about the application and their recommendation. If the recommendation is favorable and no one objects to the application, the matter is uncontested. The Board of Zoning Appeals usually, but not always, approves uncontested applications. For all applications, the board reserves the right to ask questions of the staff, applicant, or others in attendance prior to rendering a decision. If, however, the city recommends against the application, or if there is opposition to the application, we treat the matter as contested and hear from the applicant and anyone else who is in favor of the application. Next, we hear from anyone opposed, followed by a short rebuttal from the applicant. We then close the public hearing portion of the meeting for that particular application and open discussions to the Board of Zoning Appeals members only. We will make a decision to approve with conditions, or deny the application. The Board of Zoning Appeals zoning has the authority to do three things. Number one, hear appeals to decisions of the zoning administrator. Number two, grant special exceptions, a fact-finding function of the board. And number three, grant variances to the zoning ordinance if the application meets the hardship test outlined in section 54-924 of the ordinance. The board may deliberate and make a final decision on a matter by a majority vote of members present at the hearing and qualified to vote, provided that not less than a quorum is present and qualified to vote. However, an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the board members present and voting shall be required before a use variance may be granted. For a variance to be granted, the Board of Zoning Appeals must make the following findings. A, that there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to the particular piece of property. B, these conditions do not generally apply to other property in the vicinity. C, because of these conditions, the application of the ordinance to the particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. And D, the authorization of a variance will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent property or to the public good, and the character of the district will not be harmed by the granting of the variance. Pursuant to our city's ordinance, I'm required to swear you in to tell the truth if you intend to speak. So if you do intend to speak, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You'll signify by saying, I do.
I do.
Thank you. We do have one deferral on this evening's agenda. It should have been published as a deferral, so hopefully nobody's here for this one. It's B6 2510 Watercress Lane. So if you're here, for B6, 2510 Watercrest. That is not going to be heard this evening. Everything else will be heard, and as you can see, it's a long agenda, so we'll be here for a little while to get through the other 13 items on our new application list. So we'll go straight into the agenda for this evening. A is a review of the minutes and deferred applications from previously advertised BZA-Z agendas. Unfortunately for us, we don't have a quorum. Fortunately for you, we don't have a quorum to vote on this particular matter because we need everybody, we need 5 people who were here at the last meeting in order to approve those minutes. We don't have 5 from the last meeting, so we're going to move on to B, which is new applications. Number 1. 4. Yeah, excuse me, 4 people. Thank you, Mr. Sumfield. I'm asking the wrong guy, but is that Michelle or Michael Place?
I believe it's Michael.
Yeah,
you're right. You're asking the wrong guy.
Yeah, B, new applications. Number 1 Michael Place, Charleston Village, Council District 8, TMS number 457-12-01-036, Zone DR1F, requesting the first 1-year extension of vested rights that expire on December 31st, 2025 pursuant to section 54-962. Vested rights pertain to a special exception granted under section 54-110 to allow a stair addition that extends a non-conforming 3-foot rear setback, 25 feet are required. The owner applicant is Robert Vanderway, and we will hear from Mr. Summerfield.
Mr. Chairman, this is the first 1-year extension of the vested rights per statute. The applicant is entitled to up to 5 of these. And as a result of that statutory kind of override, if you would, and the fact that nothing has changed necessarily in this area that would suggest that the approvals should be invalidated, staff is recommending approval of this extension.
All right, do we have anybody here in on behalf of the applicant or the owner? Anything you want to say to the board?
Nothing additional. Robert Vanderwedge, it's 1 Michelle Place because the family name was Michelle.
Michelle. I was sort of thinking that, but I'm glad you educated.
However, our pizzas get delivered to Michael's house. And I don't think he do anything about that.
Okay.
I don't have anything else to add except that we have applied for an elevation and we applied for a grant through the city, and that grant has come through. However, the expiration of that grant is November, and so now the city is applying for an extension to that elevation grant through FEMA.
Okay, thanks. And I assume nobody has any opposition to the application at 1 Michelle Street. Being no opposition, we ready to have a motion and vote? Yeah, McKay moves for approval. Mr. Huey seconds the motion. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None are opposed. The motion passes unanimously by a vote of 5-0, and your vested rights special exception is extended. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. The next item on our agenda, B2, 105.5 King Street, Charlestown, Council District 8, TMS number 457-12-04-055, zoned SR5, requesting a special exception under section 54-110F to add a bedroom in a non-conforming 2-family dwelling. The owner is Harrison Malpass, the applicant, Coastal Creek Design, Joel Adrian. Mr. Summerfield.
Mr. Chairman, so this is on King Street here, just south of Broad. You saw this application previously for some non-conforming setbacks. As a part of the remodel in this property, they are remodeling the back unit, which is address is 105.5 King Street. As a part of that remodel, they are providing an additional bedroom. We have a provision within our code that in a non-conforming property on the peninsula, you have to, if you add a bedroom, you have to get a special exception for that. So that is why this is before you today. This is not adding a bedroom as an accessory unit or an accessory kind of thing to rent out or anything like that. It would be an integral part of this second unit on this property. And staff is recommending approval of the allowance for the second bedroom.
All right, so staff recommends approval. Do we have anybody here who wishes to speak in opposition to the application for 105.5 King Street? If you're here in opposition, please raise your hand. Seeing no one in opposition, Mr. Adrian, anything you want to say in support of the application, or are you ready to go?
I'm ready to go, but I guess I should. Joel Adrian, Coast Creek Design here for 105.5 King Street, and I'll just answer questions that y'all have.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Adrian? And it appears so do we have any discussion? We're going to move for approval by Ms. Grass. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Huey seconds the motion. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None are opposed. Motion passes 5-0, and the special exception for 105.5 King Street is granted. Thank you, Mr. Adrian.
Thank you.
All right, the next item on our agenda, B3, 4 Percy Street, Cannonboro, Elliottboro, Council District 6. PMS number 460-08-03-156, Zone DR2F, requesting a special exception under Section 54-110F to extend a non-conforming north side setback of 0 feet, 3 feet are required for a rear 2-story addition. The owner is William Block. The applicant is Becky Fenno, architect. Mr. Summerfield.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, so this is a property you can see here, kind of almost mid-block on Percy, just north of Spring Street. Here you can see in the aerial the property in question. The proposal would be to, let's see, where do we go? So in this rear yard, they have an existing back enclosed porch, as well as some patio space back there. And so the proposal would be as a part of an addition that they're proposing to make to the rear of the house. They'd like to continue that setback. Actually, they're going to be a little further setback than the existing side yard there, as you can see by those drawings. And this is all to the rear of the house. It is a 2-story addition, where currently there is the 1-story element at the rear. That said, we believe that this is in keeping with the site. They do have 2 letters of support that they received. Do want to compliment whoever put this together. We often get these kind of form lettery ones, but the fact that they put a version of the plans on here that are being referenced for the neighbors to kind of do their sign off on was a nice touch. We liked that. At any rate, again, this is a special exception just to extend that non-conforming north side with a 2-story addition. Staff is recommending approval.
All right, thank you, Robert. Do we have anybody here in opposition to the application for 4 Percy Street? Seeing no one in opposition, do we have the owner or applicant present? All right, no owner, no applicant, but letters of support. Oh, we see you back here. Okay.
Yeah.
Anything you'd like to say to the board?
Yeah.
So we do have the owner or applicant here, and if you have any questions, we can ask, but otherwise, do we have any discussion?
I'll make a motion for
All
approval.
right, Mr. McKay moves to approve. Is there a second? Grass seconds the motion. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None are opposed. The motion passes. And the special exception for 4 Percy Street is granted. Thank you very much. All right, the next item on our agenda, B4, 123 Meeting Street, downtown, Council District 8, TMS number 457-08-04-006, Zone GB, requesting a special exception under Section 54-511 to allow 3,138 square feet of spa space and 1 residential unit without providing parking. 10 spaces are required. The owner is 123 Meeting Street LLC. The applicant is Ashley Jennings. Mr. Summerfield.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, so this property is right at the corner of Queen and Meeting Street. This is an existing multi-story building. As a part of its renovation and reoccupancy, the new owners would like to create a kind of a spa little gym type setup as a part of a commercial component on the ground floor, and then they would have their kind of a true live work situation where they then would live in the apartment above with their family. So as a part of that renovation, they would be taking out existing office spaces. They would be enclosing a part of the rear part of the property to create some privacy for, again, because this will be a family living here, so that they have an area for their bikes and the kids and what have you. In doing so, there are some existing non-conforming parking spaces on site. They will reduce that down to 2 spaces. For the residential component, 2 spaces is what is required. The fact that they will still be able to provide those within the current non-conforming element of this space is beneficial and is important, because again, those are the non-transitory spaces, if you would. So these would be spaces where the homeowner, the property owner can park, whereas any visitors to their gym space would be able to find street parking or nearby commercial parking. You can see the floor plans, the kind of differentiation between the commercial space that you can see in yellow and the residential space that you can see in the I don't know, flesh color, orange color, mango color. Yeah, didn't go to school for color theory. It is important to note this actually has a basement. So part of this gym space will be how they get to that 3,000 square feet of spa space or gym space is because they will have a basement component to this and then the first floor component and living area for the family as a part of this. Again, this is a special exception for the parking. They are providing the residential parking still on site using those non-conforming spaces. So for that reason, staff is recommending approval of this special exception for parking to allow this rehabilitation of this historic building.
All right, thank you, Robert. Do we have anybody here in opposition to the application for 123 Meeting Street? Anybody here in opposition? All right, seeing no one in opposition, do we have the owner or applicant here? All right, Ms. Jennings, anything you'd like to say to the board?
No, thank
All right, do we have any questions for the owner applicant?
question
Yes,
for staff. If the new bedroom, is it on the first or second floor?
The ground floor, there is a bedroom on the ground floor, yes.
So if that's not gonna be a rental.
No, that's,
Okay.
they have a college age daughter. It is a part of the thing. It cannot be rental.
All right, thanks.
when you say it's a part of the thing.
I'm sorry. It's a part of the residential unit. It is on the ground floor. It's closed off from the spa. But it is functionally, it's a component of the residential.
Okay, so there's no reason to put a condition on that for.
Not from my understanding. I mean, it's completely within y'all's prerogative to do so if you have a concern there, but as of now, it's a single family residential, so it would not be eligible for any kind of short-term rental. Yeah. That said,
Satisfactory.
if they wanted to rent it out to a college student in a long-term basis, just like anyone else could, I mean, that's not something we can govern under the code, because that's again, a proper use of a residential unit.
And that wouldn't require any additional parking if they.
Correct, not on a long-term rental of a 1 bedroom within that'd be just like having a roommate kind of situation,
Okay.
still only two vehicles required.
Thanks.
All right, any other questions for the city or the applicant? All right, hearing no other questions, is there a motion? Motion for approval. All right, Mr. McKay moves to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, Mr. Huey seconds the motion. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None are opposed. The motion passes 5-0. And the special exception for 123 Meeting Street is granted. Thank you, Ms. Jennings. All right, the next item on our agenda, B5, 194A Jackson Street, East Side, Council District 4, TMS number 459-05-01-044, Zone GB. Requesting to amend conditions of approval for a variance dated December 21, 2021 by changing the hours of operation from Wednesday through Sunday, 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. to Monday through Sunday, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. The owner is Silas McCray Smith, the applicant Christopher Rollins, Mr. Summerfield.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, so this is for property here on Jackson Street between Meeting and Nassau. You can see in the area here. So previously, Bar Rawlings received a use variance to allow for essentially a wine bar at this location. The Board of Zoning Appeals did place some restrictions on that as a part of their continuing operations downtown. And you can kind of see here some of their history. While they've been successful and had a following for their wine shop, wine bar activity, they believe there's an opportunity to continue the business and make it more successful, more sustainable by adding a coffee shop element to it that would allow it to operate during more daytime hours. And so they are requesting a modification to their existing condition of approval established the limited Wednesday through Sunday 4 to 10 p.m. Hours as a part of their setup. Again, they've been looking at different coffee shops, and so how they might integrate that element of the business into their existing profile. You can see the people that are involved. This is an area that would be having some renovations to accommodate, or has had some renovations to accommodate their business activity. They do have a number of letters of support. As you can see in their packet, they have 15 letters of support in the packet. I believe there were a few more that we received after on the close of the public comment period for written comments yesterday. Additionally, we received an email from the East Side Neighborhood Association, East Side Community Development Corporation, which met with the applicants, and they are in support of the proposed amendment to the use variance. Again, as you mentioned, this was approved back in 21, late in the year, Christmas present for those folks. And so because this was a condition placed by the board, staff has no recommendation as to the board making a change to their approval. I will note that this is essentially still a use variance, so it will require a 2/3 vote in order to amend that use variance. So with that, staff has no recommendation relative to the proposed change. But again, they do have quite a bit of support. If you look at the addresses, many of those are from folks in the neighborhood. Some of those are from other folks, I assume, that enjoy shopping there. And then they have from the East Side Development Corporation as well.
All right.
This is essentially the neighborhood association.
Thank you, Robert. Appreciate that. Do we have anybody here in opposition to the application for 194A Jackson Street? Anybody opposed? All right, seeing no one opposed to the application, do we have the owner or the applicant?
Right here.
All right, anything you'd like to say to the board?
No additional comments.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for the city or for the owner applicant?
I wanted to ask the conditions that we placed on the approval in 2021 for the no live music and no amplified music. Does that still apply?
Correct. So any change here would only be related to hours of operation. It would not change any other conditions of approval. In fact,
Okay.
if you like, you could even add a condition to a part of any motion to reaffirm that any other existing conditions continue to apply.
Thanks.
Any other questions?
Question from the applicant, as far as the places of worship in the area, has there been any problems or did you speak to them or?
No, that was brought up and
Go ahead and come on up to the stand, please. So, and this is for everybody. If you do speak, please come on up and speak into the microphone because it's recording and you can only get the audible if you, come up to the mic.
and quick problems. When we went through the process originally, there was a parking spot that was right in front of their gate to the church, so we got with the city's help, move the parking spots, and now they can enter into their like parking lot on Jackson Street. And we've talked to them, they've seen support, but we don't have any like written documents from them, but we were able in 2021 to move. There was a spot there, and now they have a handicap spot as well in front, so they have a handicap spot and like a no parking area that kind of goes into their lot.
Yeah, I would encourage you to keep the dialogue going.
Of course, yeah, I know it's
because-
faster, so.
Okay.
All right, any other questions for Mr. Rollins while he's up here?
I guess, could you explain the current parking situation? And then how you think this change will affect it, if at all?
Right now it's just street parking, there's really no like our space. The driveway itself is like, you can make a tiny car. But there's ample street parking kind of all around the neighborhood. The coffee shop would be the relatively small space. I don't know if anyone ever got to go to our own. But the coffee shop, all other kind of at that grab and go thing. And we have insurance raises and a lot of prices that we kind of had to shut down the wine bar. So we're kind of hoping extending the hours during the day will, allow for more people to kind of come and go. It's next to the student living, so it's like students are live over there, come grab a coffee, hang out. So I don't foresee it kind of being any sort of nuisance. And it was, I don't know, hard time parking over there. In that area.
Any other questions for Mr. Rollins? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
All right, anybody else have any discussion?
Move for approval with the conditions, the existing conditions regarding the no live music and amplified music. Believe it was for the outdoor seating.
Okay, so I think so long as you move to approve.
Yeah.
With the understanding that the only condition that is being modified from the original December 21st, 2021 approval is the hours of operation. All right, so we got a motion. Got a second? All right, Mr. Huey seconds the motion. We're ready to vote because it's a use variance. My math is we need 4 out of 5. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None are opposed. The motion passes by a vote of 5-0, and the conditions of approval for the variance are amended, but only with respect to the hours of operation. All other conditions previously imposed will continue to apply. Thank you very much. All right, the next item on our agenda is deferred. So we're on to B7, 45 Cooper Street, East Side, Council District 4, TMS number 459-06-01-025, Zone DR2F. Requesting a variance from section 54-301 to build 2 one-family detached dwellings on a lot of insufficient size, 3,281 square feet existing, 4,000 square feet are required. The owner is Sweetgrass Capital Partners, LLC. The applicant is Becky Fenno, architect. Mr. Summerfield.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, so this property is on Cooper Street, just a little east of America Street. This, you can see here on the zone map, you can see building footprint is still existing on that map. However, when you look at the aerial, you can see that unfortunately the home was lost due to the fact that it had to be ordered down, I believe, as a part of a safety concern of the property. This is a property that has traditionally had at least 2 family units, potentially 3 family units. The history is a little murky as to how many units were in the old building that was on this property. Again, you can see from the old survey, the building that existed on the site previously. You can see some different pictures here in the Cooper Street area. Information that the applicant provided from the county records, again, and to illustrate that this is a site that was has historically had multiple units on it, as I believe the county had it listed as a duplex or a triplex. And so the proposal would be to put 2 independent residential units on the property. They would require 2 parking spaces per unit. So you can see here they've illustrated the site plan. It's a very narrow lot, so to facilitate parking on site, as well as this plan, and they are parking under the proposed back building. You can see that there will be maneuverability that will not be for the faint of heart, and hopefully no new drivers learning how to drive back there. But there will be two sets of 2 legal parking spaces per the drawings. You can see the floor plans for each, elevations for each of the proposed homes at the site. Again, this is a site that has historically had at least 2 units on it. It is unfortunate that we lost that property, but it is what it is. And so being able to build 2 independent single-family residential detached structures on this lot can be made to work. And again, kind of rehousing on the peninsula on these vacant lots is a priority for the city as we work to increase housing availability. And so staff is recommending for approval of the variance. It's a variance because it has to be, but it's also, again, building back in essence, from a use standpoint, what has previously been able to be accommodated on the property in terms of 2 family residential.
All right, thank you, Robert. Do we have anybody here in opposition to the application for 45 Cooper Street, or as they say, Robert, in Charleston, Cooper? Anybody here in opposition to 45 Cooper Street? Cooper. All right, I don't see anybody in opposition. Do we have the owner of the applicant here?
Back to you,
All right.
Beck.
Ben, anything you'd like to say to the board? All right. So do we have any questions for the applicant? Any questions for the city?
45 Cooper, can you illustrate it on the map again, please?
Yeah, so it's this lot right here,
Okay.
which has seen some other renovations and remodels, obviously in the area. This is America Street here, Cooper here, Drake Street is over here. The smokestacks from the cigar factory kind of over in this corner here.
And those buildings, are they built up? Do you know?
These both of these will be built up. They have to be for FEMA, so they will have the ground floor on the front building will be built up to then get to those. And then because of the parking under the back building will also be raised and actually kind of open in the back. And I know, correct me if I've said anything wrong. I don't think so, but.
And we knew whether we're in flood zone or not, or
Oh, yeah, no, it's definitely in the flood zone.
flood zone?
Yeah.
Okay, but it's gonna meet.
Yeah. Yeah, they're meeting the base flood elevation and the design flood elevation and the 2 foot for, they have all the words on the elevation. 1+2. wish I was better versed in that part of it.
All right, any other questions, any other discussion?
So no letters of support or opposition.
Correct. This item received no letters of support or opposition that we received.
If you could go back to that block.
Sure.
Ms. Fenn, why don't you come on up here, just a couple questions about the neighborhood.
Absolutely.
Yeah, could you tell me what's across the street, catty corner there? What is it? Is that a church building?
Oh, no, sir. So this is a lot, and if you know the Fair Deal, little grocery, that's right here.
Okay,
And then, this is actually all multifamily across this, most of it, along here. And then there's an office, at 32 Cooper, so it's quite a mixed, vibrant and multifamily area. The church actually is, I believe, down right, I believe it's here.
yeah, that's what I was thinking about. Okay,
But this, you've probably seen the redevelopment of, just quite a bit of this multifamily right here.
and your neighbors, did you receive any notice or any comments from any neighbors there?
No, not at all. I
Okay,
mean, we went out and talked to everybody, but there was
no opposition.
from everybody, you
All
know.
right.
And we're meeting all the lot coverage and all the other parameters
Okay,
for the site.
and is there, this is on the east side, did you talk with anybody at the East Side Community Development Corporation?
We're not,
Right.
no.
All right, any other questions while she's here?
Are these just gonna be two for sale residences?
Actually, the company building them will probably keep them, and have them as rentals. So
Got it.
I think that's their goal.
And most of the other houses or buildings on the street you mentioned are rentals at the
Yes.
moment.
Mhm.
Okay.
You mentioned two units were on the site. That's in a duplex one building, or is that two houses that were on the creek?
I think it's two structure. Oh, previously?
Previously, it was one structure with at least two residences in it, potentially a third. The record there is unclear. I mean, if it's of interest, I can do a little back of the house Google Street View stuff and show you what the previous building had looked like, but yes, we have confirmed that the property has been used as a multifamily, again, at least a two-family structure, if not a true multifamily structure previously that did occupy quite a bit of the lot. And as Ms. Fenno said, under their current proposal, while they are requesting to be able to have the two detached dwellings on the site at 3,200 square feet where they need 4,000, they're otherwise satisfying setback requirements, lot coverage, and all the other development standards.
All right, any other discussion? Ms. Grass, do you have any comments? You look like you
I
might.
was gonna move for approval.
Okay, all right. Well, let's do it.
I'll move for approval.
All right, Ms. Grass moves to approve. Mr. McKay seconds the motion. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? One is opposed. So Mr. Goodwin votes against, four in favor, one against. The variance passes for 45 Copper Street. Thank you. All right, the next item on our agenda. B8 1759 Afton Avenue, Northbridge Terrace, West Ashley, Council District 9. PMS number 415-04-00-032, zoned SR1. Requesting a variance from section 54-301 to build a rear addition with a 6-foot rear setback, 25 feet are required. The owner is Francis Porche. The applicant is David Clark. Mr. Summerfield.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, so you can see the property here is situated right at the corner of Somerset and Afton Avenue. You can also see that the way that the house is positioned on the site really doesn't give it, and this is a really good picture for this because I think the next one with the trees, it makes it difficult to see. Really has very limited opportunity for any kind of addition to this home as a part of increasing its livability. And so here you can see the aerial. It is a nicely shaded lot. And so what the applicants are proposing to do is they're proposing to create a sunroom in an area that currently has, and I'm looking for, that currently has a patio or a back porch. So again, this is proposing to continue to occupy a space that's currently already occupied, to allow it to be a sunroom versus just the patio for some additional livability. It is in a lot because of the way the lot is configured with the drive accesses. We wouldn't want them to build anything in front of the house. And so positionally, it is somewhat difficult to add anything here. I will note that we noticed this variance at a 6-foot rear setback. The reality is this house is already at a 5-foot setback from the property line because again of the existing way the house was positioned. So the proposed sunroom or enclosure of the deck area is not out of keeping with the existing kind of non-conforming situation that we have with the fact that this corner of the house is actually only 5 feet from this rear property line. So because of that situation, because of the existing conditions, and again, the existing site constraints, we've received no letters of opposition. We didn't receive any letters of support either, but we didn't receive any letters of opposition from any of the neighbors. And we don't believe that this will affect any other properties and just makes the site more livable for the family. So staff is recommending, and again, that 5-foot existing kind of non-conforming where the corner of the house is already encroaches obviously into the rear setback. Staff is recommending approval of the requested variance.
All right, thank you, Robert. Do we have anybody in opposition to the application for 1759 Afton Avenue here? In opposition? Sure. Just if you would.
Jonathan Mandel.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Mandel, could we hear from the owner or applicant first, and then we'll see if they answer your question. And then if they do, then you'll be satisfied. If not, please feel free to
My
speak.
only question is going past the deck as is.
Okay, we'll hear from the owner applicant about that. So do we have the owners applicants? Yes, ma'am. You'll have to come up here to speak. Please state your name and address for the record. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Francis Porche. And the mother. What's the question?
I think the question was about the extension of the deck.
Is it going past where you already have the deck? Or
No,
that's the distance.
no, just as far as the deck is right now.
I'm the neighbor, I'm not opposed.
Okay,
Yeah,
Right.
he was right behind us.
thank you. All right, any other questions for Ms. Porche while she's here?
And I was just gonna ask if you spoke to the neighbor on Somerset, but I'm assuming this is the
That's
Somerset
me.
neighbor.
That's me.
Okay. And y'all are okay? with the
Yes.
We
plan?
talk to him all the time.
Yes, I'm fine with
We
it.
didn't know about this, we saw the signs
Yeah.
that came.
That's the only, I just want to know if we passed that or not. I'm good.
Okay,
And you're not gonna add another deck on top, okay, beyond this?
all right, any other discussion? Ready for a motion? Goodwin moves to approve. Is there a second? Mr. Huey seconds the motion. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None are opposed. The motion passes 5-0, and the variance regarding the rear addition for 1759 Afton Avenue is approved. Thank you. All right, the next item on our agenda, B9, 0 Pine Needle Way, Cainhoy, Council District 1, TMS number 263-00-04-035, zoned RR1. Requesting a variance from section 54-824 to allow lot frontage for the subdivision of the property into two single-family residential lots to be less than required 271 feet and 291 feet are proposed, 362 feet per lot are required. The owner applicant is DJP Homes LLC, Mr. Summerfield.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, so before we get into the more details of the application, I do want to just note, because this is a section of code that may not be familiar with many people. So in section 54, our 824, which is the design standards for new lots, under subsection C, new lots shall conform to the following dimensions and design standards. So for lot frontages for a single family or two-family residential, where an existing subdivision, an existing residential subdivision exists, the existing residential lots may not be subdivided with lot frontages that are less than the average lot frontage of all abutting residential lots across the street or streets, and residential lots within 5 lots on either side of the frontage of the subject lot, or the minimum lot frontage for the zoning district, whichever is greater. That's important to note because, as you will have seen in the reading of the application, the frontage is large, both what's being proposed as well as what is required. So I just wanted to make sure for the record that we had reviewed that section of code. So you can see that the property in question is here on Pine Needle Way, right where it kind of comes together with Yopon. Thank you, Yopon Drive. It's a long lot, narrower than many others in this area. You're going to see that this existing area has a very eclectic mapping regime here. There's lots of different lot sizes, widths, shapes that have existed. One of the common factors, though, you will see these are all relatively large lots, and this is definitely this is RR1, so this is our rural residential area. These are meant to be essentially large lot residential development. Here you can see the site from just the aerial photography, the application that was proposed. Here is how the applicant is proposing to divide the lot. They are requesting to do 2 lots. Because this is a corner lot, they have 2 street frontages, which means that when we go back to this, we're using all the street frontages. That's how that average is part of the reason why the average is so high, and why the lot frontages are higher is because you are using all applicable street frontage as a part of that math, which again, I got into planning because we weren't supposed to have to do complicated math. But this is one where there's a little more involved. You can see here how they have a conceptual layout for how they would propose to build on the site, meeting the setbacks that are being proposed, with the existing RR1 zoning. So they would be proposing to subdivide this into lots that would have building envelopes that would be sufficient to build a detached single-family home on each of the 2 proposed lots. You can see here they supplied an area map that just kind of shows where this subject property is in relation to other properties in that vicinity. Here you can see they've provided us the subdivision map, so you can kind of see again at the larger scale than that aerial, kind of the variety of lot sizes, lot configurations that exist in this area. I will note that there have been a number of requests that have come through since the original subdivision of this area was platted. And we've held those previous subdivision requests to the frontage calculation requirement. And that has resulted in folks that might otherwise have been able to satisfy the development requirements for the RR1 zone to not be able to divide further their lots, or to not make as many lots as they might otherwise have sought originally. These are in unimproved streets, or they're, you know, they're not our standard street configuration, asphalt, multiple lanes, striping, sidewalks, curbs and gutters and what have you. This is again a very city of Charleston rural setting. And so again, we've had other requests to do a similar reduction in the lot frontage. That lot frontage calculation exists in our code to try to help create lots that are still within context with the other development patterns within that area. And again, because we do add the zoning in some cases well after the creation of lots, and in this case, you know, these are very large lots in this subdivision in this part of the community. So for those reasons, we cannot find for a hardship in this case, and so staff has recommended denial of the request to reduce the lot frontage.
All right, thank you, Robert.
Many letters of
I see 'em.
opposition in your packet. I do not believe that we've received any letters of support, but just these notes of opposition.
Okay, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say there are lots of people here in opposition. Do we have the owner or applicant here? All right, sir, you want to come on up or present?
David Greer, DJP Homes, 1133 Harborview Road, Charleston. All right. I'll probably the last thing up here. I've got a little bit of I'm gonna read this, probably the easiest thing to do. When I purchased this property, I did so with the belief that I could subdivide the property without the need to receive a variance. That belief was based on the following. I reviewed the zoning ordinance requirements for the zoning type and use. Excuse me. I communicated with city staff to verify the requirements of the zoning ordinance. I communicated with Eric Schultz, Christopher Morgan, Anna Hart, Chase Merrick, and emailed Allison Craig with no response from her. In this response, I was told I needed 271 feet of frontage for each lot to be compliant. And this is what Mr. Summerfield spoke about, the corner configuration, changed that. I wasn't made aware of that in my due diligence period. I received soil testing to determine the requirements for septic systems. I also talked with a couple of the neighbors. I called Bobby Green, the president of the Wando Yacht Club, which represents a number of homes in the area. I told him what I was looking to do to see if I may get a support, if I needed a variance. He told me that it was a requirement of the neighborhood that properties need to be a minimum of 1.5 acres to build on, and I would probably need that to accommodate a septic system, both of which have turned out to not be accurate. I realized at the time talking to him that I would not get support from him, so I moved forward without hoping to have to seek a variance. I talked with Larry Livingston on site. He told me the property across Yopon Drive tried to get subdivided into 3 lots, but they were told they needed 191 feet of frontage per lot, which they could not accomplish. Instead, they subdivided into 2 lots in 2022. One of the lots has 263 feet of frontage, the other has 258 feet of frontage. I also researched if there are any other restrictions that would limit my ability to subdivide the property. The only guidelines that were discovered by my realtor and my real estate attorney are the declaration of covenants, conditions, restrictions, and easements for the Wando Yacht Club dated November 13, 2020, and the Wando Yacht Club dock owners meeting from February 7, 2023. There was nothing that I found in the covenants, conditions, restrictions, and easements that would restrict my application. Our property is not a member of the yacht club, and any restrictions they do have do not apply to our property. That's what my real estate attorney told me. In the dock owners meeting notes, it was noted that there be no minimum acreage requirement for lots. This motion was approved unanimously. Once I determined I could meet all those requirements without receiving a variance, that's when I closed on the property. I did the due diligence before I closed on the property. Following the purchase, I had a plat prepared, subdividing the property into the 2 lots as you've seen, and applied to the plat review committee for subdivision. In the review process by the plat review committee, that's when I was informed the frontage requirement changed to 362 feet. After receiving the review comments, I met with Robert Summerfield and Matt Schlegel to discuss the requirement and how it could be resolved. That's when I was told the only way around it was just apply for a variance while we're here. Regarding, I don't even know if I need to get this. I have some of the comments from the neighbors. They refer to some inaccuracies in my report, which I don't believe there are. I've done a lot of research into what's going on here. They comment there's only 20 to 27 lots in their neighborhood, and that may be true for the Wando Yacht Club membership, which is a membership, a club only. It's not a requirement, and it is not subdivision. Subdivision, according to City of Charleston GIS mapping and Berkeley County property cards, is the Douglas Jones subdivision, which contains 51 properties as identified on the subdivision map that I included. There are numerous references to Brickyard Point. I don't know what Brickyard Point is. I've looked it up on the Secretary of State website. It says it's an association that was formed in 1978 and dissolved in 1985. I don't know how that applies. They talk about Tuckberry Farms is not a part of this subdivision. Well, there are 3 properties that are part of the Douglas Jones subdivision that are part, according to the City of Charleston GIS mapping, that are they're part of they're Tuckberry and they're part of the subdivision, Douglas Jones subdivision. There's a couple of references to our property only being 1.19 acres. That is not correct. It's 1.33 acres. And besides the size of the lot, my understanding is the size of the lot is not applicable, does not matter with this application, strictly frontage. Besides, as previously stated, the yacht club approved no minimum acreage requirements for lots. There was a comment that we want to build cookie cutter homes, as many cookie cutter homes on the lot. That's not what I want to do. I want to build 2. I'm an architect. I want to build 2 custom designed homes. And I have an exterior of one of them, the front elevation on one of them here, you can see. It's noted that in order to accomplish these build sites, we would have to remove all the trees. That is definitely not the intention. I'm very aware that we would need to cut down trees to accommodate the houses and the septic system. But there are certain aspects of surrounding lots that we would prefer not have much visibility of either. There's some neighboring properties that aren't so nice to look at. We do not intend to do what was done on the property at 820 Yukon Drive, which was completely clear the property. I have pictures of that as well, what they have done since they bought the property. There are a number of comments regarding the ability to accommodate the septic system and water well. I have reports from Coastal Soil and Wetland Services identifying the requirements for the septic system. I have information from Low Country Land Development Consultants for their design for the septic system. And I've also talked to the water well company regarding the requirements for a water well for each property. This does not appear to be an issue. It is noted that I was aware that other homeowners have been denied subdivisions of larger lots prior to purchasing the property. The only property that I was aware of is the property is across Yopon Drive at 820 and 830 Yopon Drive. 820 Drive was created in 2022 with the subdivision of 830 Yopon Drive. I was told by Larry Livingston they tried to subdivide the property into 3 lots, but couldn't due to the requirement for 191 feet of frontage, which they could not meet. Thus, they did 2 lots, one with 263 foot of frontage, one with 258 feet of frontage. There are a lot of letters of opposition. Some of those are multiple letters from the same property. Those are 780 Yopon Drive, there's a separate letter from Robert and Wendy Green. 717 Birdhaven Lane, there's separate letters from Stephen and Nicole Michaels. 745 Yopon Drive, there's separate letters from Thomas and Rosemary Denise Daniker. And I think I missed a number here. There's one from Old Brick Lane, separate letters from Bruce and Diane Hoffman. There's also a letter of opposition from 673 Tuxbury Farm Road, which is owned by DB and Nancy Blair Parr, which is part of the Douglas subdivision, but is not a part of the Wando Yacht Club properties, to my understanding. On that letter, they stated this property was previously considered for subdividing and denied, and if so, it was not by me. I don't know who would have done that. The previous owner may have done it. Catherine McDonald of 714 Swan Drive stated that her property was divided into 2 equal lots for her and her sister. This subdivision was completed in 2020 with one of the lots having 63 feet of frontage. Michael and Cindy Morris of 777 Yopon Drive state they were told, I believe, we would have access to the community dock and the horse farm. I do not know where that information came from. I have not said that, and I do not expect that. Cliff Moore of 838 Pine Needle Way states that the neighborhood averages 1 home per 4 acres. His home, his property, which is a couple houses down the street from this property, is on 0.84 acre waterfront lot with 0.7 acres of highland and 129 feet of frontage, which is not a whole lot different than the size and front. We're asking for more frontage, want more frontage. Again, our intention when we purchased the property was to comply with the regulations set out in the zoning ordinance and dictated by the city staff. We feel that subdividing this property into 2 lots, build 2 custom designed homes with 271 feet and 291 feet of frontage does not significantly vary from the intent of the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Greer. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Greer while he's here? All right, thank you, sir. Did you, by the way, I had, Mr. Greer, I had a question for you. I'm sorry. I forgot.
Oh, sorry.
No, okay.
Okay.
So you had indicated in your application that on May 25th, if it was May 25th, prior to your purchase of the property, no, May 5th, you were informed on May 5th, 2025, that you'd be required to have a calculated minimum frontage for each lot of 271 feet.
Correct.
Do you have, when did that occur? Who told you? Do you have it right?
Through an email. Only I have the email correspondence.
Do you have that email with you today?
I think.
Can you look for it while we hear from the opposition?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Who wants to speak for, well, let me, before you get up, let me just make sure. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak in support of the application? In support of the application. All right. Seeing no one, now we'll hear from those opposed. And when you come up to the podium, please state your name and address for the record. It's important for us to know who you are and where you live.
Okay. Well, thanks for having us. My name is Bruce Hoffman. Address is 816 Old Brick Lane. My wife Diane is with me, and she also submitted a comment about this. My wife and I have lived in this neighborhood of Brickyard Point for 38 years. We raised our children here, our grandchildren love coming here to visit the natural beauty and enjoy the natural beauty of the property, the upper Wando River and the neighborhood. We live on dirt roads with all our neighbors having large lots with many trees and lots of wildlife. The Francis Marion National Forest is our next door neighbor. There are several small barns and paddocks with horses in our neighborhood where roads are used for riding. The reference to the clear cutting of 820 Yopon, which he referred to, was because that the person who bought that was going to construct a horse barn and pasture there. So that's the reason for the clear cut. You know, we're a close-knit neighborhood with many long-term residents. We're not the longest term resident there. But also a good mix of younger people who value the unique nature of the place we live as much as we do. We live in the original house built by Douglas Jones, who originally bought and subdivided this property in the mid-70s. Could we bring up the map of the subdivision with the roads on it? I'd like to point out
This one.
what we are calling Brickyard Point. And it is in fact the original lots laid out by Douglas Jones. And yeah, this is good. If we can come down here, I'd like to just show the board.
have a
what we're
larger-
talking-
I don't have the larger map. I have the subdivision map that,
Spectrum.
I have an amended subdivision map.
I think that,
Okay, just, yeah, go back to the other one.
That one works, Bruce.
Oh, you can blow it up?
this is as much as I can blow it up.
Okay. so-
Subject properties here and
Yeah.
here.
Okay, so this is Yopon Drive. The original Douglas Jones subdivision, all of the properties that we are part of are connected to Highway 41 by Yopon Drive. There's Pine Needle Way is here, Old Brick Lane is here. We've got Bird Haven, we've got Swan Drive. Okay, so that is the original layout. Duxbury Farms was owned by somebody different. Owned by Ray Waits, Bobby Riggs. They have done their own thing with that property. It has been large lots over time. Now he's chosen to do subdivision up near 41. The old boatyard, which is at the head of Yopon, fronting on 41, that's going to be condos and all that sort of thing. That has nothing to do with our neighborhood, okay? So all of that stuff about frontage and lots, these lots that we're talking about represent 20 homes. There are 20 homes built on these lots. There's 4 or 5 empty lots, including this one that's under consideration. One of those has a horse barn and pasture on. One of the bigger properties has a couple of horse barns and pastures. So out of the 20 residences that are in this neighborhood, you got comments from 18 of them opposing this subdivision. There are no lots with houses built on them that are this size that he's proposing, 2/3 of an acre. Not 3/4 of an acre, it's 2/3 of an acre. You'll hear shortly from Ann Beavergall, who owned 830 Yopon. They went through the subdivision process and, met the requirements of the ordinance.
what's the acreage of this lot currently?
The total,
Yes,
so
sir.
he's at 1.33,
So it's 1.33, and so when you split it,
it's 0.67, 2/3 of an acre, basically.
okay, got it.
There are no houses in our area on 2/3 of an acre, none. The Cliff's house on the river is a slightly smaller lot. I think part of the reason, and I knew Doug Jones, okay, having lived there 38 years, is he had the foresight to set aside a small parcel for community dock access. And that's the genesis of the Wando Yacht Club and the community dock. And that basically subtracted a little bit of riverfront from that lot. It probably would have been very close to 1 acre. So that's, we thought it important to clarify for y'all what our neighborhood is. And it has nothing to do with Duxbury Farms and the subdivision on that side. It has nothing to do with what's going on the 41 with condos and townhouses. As mentioned, I think Mr. Summerfield mentioned, these are private dirt roads. They're owned and maintained by our neighborhood association. They're relatively narrow. They're not conducive to lots of traffic. And we like it that way. Frankly, people ride horses, walk their dogs, etc. There are no public roads in the neighborhood that I just pointed out. There's a what I call rutted, unmaintained lane. It's called Bass Alley that connects to the other roads on Tuxbury Farm side, which is seldom, if ever, used by the members of our neighborhood. All of the subdivisions, the changes in lot lines that in the neighborhood that have occurred since the area was first laid out now 50 years ago, which is hard to imagine, in the mid-70s, have been done for family reasons. One of the recent ones that actually the Jones family still owned and had 2 houses on and subdivided that property was done for family reasons as she ages.
And what was that lot before they subdivided it? How large was that?
3 point, what was his name?
I have it.
Okay, over 3 acres?
Yeah,
And
well,
they subdivided it into 2 equal sized lots
so.
relatively?
no,
We talk about the McDonald's.
no, we're talking about Corvus, what was done.
I do have that.
She'll get to this
Okay.
if you don't mind. Ann has some more details.
Anyway, larger lot than this one.
Yeah, yes, everything that has a house on it or is a lot is larger than what's being proposed.
All right.
Okay. And again, there were small adjustments to some existing property lines, one to Cliff Ward's property, because his shed was on their property a little bit, those sorts of things. Joe Sharp has a buffer, which he explained in his comment about why he had a 1 acre added to his lot. So again, as you would expect over a long period of time in a neighborhood like this, there are changes that are made, but none of them have ever been aimed at putting large houses on small lots, period. We are adamantly opposed to this subdivision in 2 lots of 2/3 of an acre for building 2 residences. It's totally inconsistent with all the other properties in the neighborhood in terms of size. It would set a precedent, frankly, that zoning and quality of life for long-term residents really don't matter when there's a developer involved. We can't help whatever he thought he heard from the city planning department.
I agree. That's not your issue.
That's not our issue. And Ann is going to come up and speak now about the process she went through, which did comply.
Okay. 2 questions before you step down, Mr.
Okay.
Hoffman. Number 1, do you have a community association in place?
It is called the Mondo Yacht Club.
Okay.
It is in place. It was reconstituted from the original that went defunct, which he mentioned, in 2019. And it was for purposes of rebuilding the community dock, which we had originally that Hurricane Michael wiped out. We had more people in the neighborhood at the time, and we needed to put in a structure. And I hate to call it HOA because it's nothing like a,
Traditional
all
HOA,
powerful,
right.
Bearing down on you HOA, but it's a structure to manage the maintenance of the roads, the ditches that drain the area, and the community dock. We could not force people to join that at the time because it was done years and years after the things were originally laid out. It was voluntary to join, but it did provide a way for us to collect money to maintain the roads and to get the dock built. So
Okay.
that is what exists, and that's the one that we got.
Is there a master set of covenants, conditions, and restrictions upon the community property,
For the
community?
Wano Yacht Club?
Yes.
Yes, there is. And it's
Okay.
recorded in Mercer County. It was available to him before he made.
Does it have any restrictions on the size of the lot necessary to build upon it?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Well, again, we were not trying to be intrusive and dictate to people what they could and couldn't do with the property. That's totally at odds with how we, believe our neighborhood should operate. The structure was simply put in place to maintain the roads and the ditches, have liability insurance on the roads, and to manage the construction and the maintenance of the community dock.
But you're concerned that the subdivision of this lot would have a detrimental impact on the character of the neighborhood.
Yeah, it opens Pandora's box for far more small lots, large houses on roads, frankly, that aren't built for lots more traffic. We do have concerns. Now, I know he talked about, he's had the engineer look at this and that and the other. There is experience in our neighborhood with building the engineered septic systems. And to put a house and an engineered septic system and a well on 2/3 of an acre, we got to question that because of experience that a couple of our members had.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Hoffman.
Yeah.
We'll hear from your
Compadres.
here. Yes.
Mr. Chair, not to limit discussion, but can we get an indication of how many people want to speak?
How many people what?
Want to speak?
Oh, how many people wish to speak on this application?
Ms. Beavergall, for sure, because she has direct experience with subdividing. Larry Livingston, who was alluded to a conversation, would like to speak, and Bobby Green and Cliff Moore. And
Okay.
it'll be briefer because I wanted to sort of get
Okay.
you into the.
Yeah, we appreciate it. Come on up.
I've provided 3 pieces of paper that, the top piece is our amended map that Bruce was just talking about. So my name is Ann Beavergall, and my husband, Avram, and I are residents at 830 Yo Pond Drive. We're just kind of catty corner to the property that we're discussing. So I have provided 3 sheets of paper for y'all. The first one is the amended map that shows that we have 20 residences, not 51, as he says. The second one just gives you an idea of the acreage of everyone in the neighborhood. And the third one is our subdivision and the direct neighbors surrounding us. Now, I apologize that some of my spiel is going to be a little bit repetitive, but I'll try to go through it as quickly as possible. So what I did is I took his application and I wanted to point out the erroneous points in his application because there was, in my opinion, quite a few. So I appreciate this opportunity. So
Yeah.
number one,
No, please go ahead.
good. So I'm looking at his application.
Yes.
So number one, there are not 51 homes, there are 20. Our HOA has 19 members. Our HOA is recorded and registered with Berkeley County. He has erroneously included properties in Tuxbury Farms, on Highway 41, and down Halfway Creek to Rapture Lane. These have nothing to do with our neighborhood. They are not a part of our neighborhood. Our neighborhood is Brickyard Point. He also brings up the subject of means of access and discusses public roads and private roads. We do not have a mix. That is erroneous. All of our roads are private. Our HOA owns, we are registered with Berkeley County as owners of the dirt roads. We pay taxes on them, we pay insurance, and we maintain them ourselves. He also talks about cross-property access. I believe that may be in property off of Rapture Lane. Again, nothing to do with us. There is no cross-property access in our neighborhood. He also refers to a mix of zoning. Since I removed the erroneous properties, I don't think that the zoning classifications, those are not correct zoning classifications for what I included in our neighborhood. He talks about, is there something like DP or something? I can't remember now. There's something on there. That's in section, it just says zoning in section 1. The zoning is erroneous. Okay. He also talks about uses. He lists future residential townhomes. That is so erroneous. They are potentially coming to Highway 41, not in our neighborhood. I also question the next thing that I question in this application is his measurements. The paperwork that I show you and the paperwork that Anna Harbin and Avram and I worked through, his Yopon frontage showed 124.4. His survey says 151. I'm just pointing that out as questionable. So now I'm going to section 2. He questions multiple previous lot subdivisions. In his bullet point 1, it's Bird Haven and Swan. That's what we just talked about previously with the McDonald family. That was deceased parents leaving the property to their daughters. They subdivided it. One of those lots is 3.42 acres and the other is 4.27 acres. Michelle Tumbleston is here. She is one of the daughters. They all reside on the property. Okay, bullet point 3 is the Jones property at Old Brick Lane. That was the original owner of the entire neighborhood, Dr. Douglas Jones. He founded our neighborhood. This property was divided for his widow and his son. We're talking 3.95 acres and 1 acre, and they both reside there, the widow and the son. I am bullet point 2. Okay, that is my home. My husband Avram and I bought 5.5 acres in 1999. So as we neared retirement, we decided to sell off a portion of our property for, financial stability in our old age. I think I might have age, no. A portion of our property that was completely wooded and we were not using it. So you can see the diagram. That's on the final page, the kind of pinkish page. So you can see in the upper right hand corner, the Beaver Gall 830 Yukon. So it's a pretty big lot. So we entered into the process of subdividing over the time period of 2021, 2022, and Anna Hart was our contact person through that time. You could see that our attempts were to either carve out 1 or 2 new parcels measuring 173 feet frontage by 511 feet deep, which would have equaled 1.8 acres each. Please note that those dimensions in acreage are larger than what he's starting with. We were denied. So the requirements, I stapled the requirements, but this gentleman read those requirements to you. That's what I have highlighted in yellow. I can read them again, but I don't know that that's necessary. Would y'all like me to reiterate it? No? Okay, great. So we needed to have 197 feet of frontage. We were disappointed, but we abided by the rules set forth and decided that we would sell the entire 3 acres intact, which can only qualify for 1 home. 1 home, 3 acres. He wants to put 2 homes on 1.33 acres. That's a huge discrepancy. Applying the same rules to the applicant has also resulted in a denial from the city. He needs a minimum frontage for each lot of 362 feet, which he cannot satisfy. He is requesting a variance to only have 271 and 291, a difference of 162 feet. If you look at his neighbors, you can see, I thought I had this written down, but you know what, I have it right here on this piece of paper. I have the same papers in hand that you do. The Remingtons across the street from him, their frontage is 578 feet. The grass, if you go around the corner, because he's going to measure around the corner also. Lord have mercy, I think y'all have it and I don't have it. It's 311 plus 370. So what, 680 feet they have, 680 feet. Then the Graffs also own another lot underneath that, which has a frontage of 551. So this is all on that purple sheet. So 578, 681, 551, and he's wanting, what is he wanting? 271. So we were required, Anna Hart measured properties surrounding us, averaged them, and gave us ours. We complied. We sold 3 acres, 1 building. I'm going to move off from that. I'm going to go back to bullet points in the application. The 4th bullet point, these properties are not, the 4th bullet point in there, those properties are not in our neighborhood. He's talking about the stuff that's going on Highway 41 and all that. That's not our neighborhood. Okay, in section number 3. He states that per the Charleston City Plan 2021, an additional 757 housing units are needed in Canoy area, and he can provide 2 of those. Well, I'm sorry, Point Hope has 12,000 homes. French Quarter Creek has 700. Bridges at Seven Lakes has 150. Wanda Village has 114. Del Webb is constructing 700. The quota has long been surpassed. His 2 homes are not necessary to meet that quota. He claims this variance would not be a detriment to adjacent property, the public good, or the character of the neighborhood. The letters of opposition speak otherwise. He claims that someone from the city gave him erroneous information originally. If that is true, our neighborhood should not bear the brunt of that mistake. I appreciate your time and I appreciate your service.
Thank you, Mrs. Beerbagal. All right, who's next?
Larry.
All right, Mr. Larry, come on up and state your full name and your address for the record.
Yes, fair.
I'm Larry Livingston, we live at 821 Old Brick Lane.
Yes, sir.
I own the property adjacent to this property.
Okay,
But anyway, I'm just gonna start out by, I remember meeting, I don't even
Mr.
remember
Greer.
his name.
Mr. Greer.
And the only thing I remember about the property is I confronted him, that I said, the rumors in the neighborhood is some developers buying this property and gonna subdivide it. And he finally admitted that he was the guy that was buying it, but he told me he was gonna build a single family home and him and his wife was gonna move in it and retire. So I went around the neighborhood like a fool, believing him, told all the people that had the rumors that, hey, he's a pretty good guy. He's just gonna build him a house. Anyway, that's what you get sometimes. All right, what I'm concerned with is on his, where he talks about due diligence, he's talking about he's received the soil test and determine capability and requirements for a septic system for each lot. We live out in the country. We don't have no sewer and we don't have no no water. But anyway, so what I'm gonna do is try to show you, I'm not really an expert in this, but I did put in a sewer system myself. The problems he may have with the sewer system. Can you pull up the concept site layout on it? Okay,
Is that good enough for you?
yeah, that's good.
Okay,
You see on your pond up there, there's a little number 1.
yes,
with a
sir.
circle on it.
Yes, sir.
That's showing the angle from the pictures. He's got a series of pictures of the
Right.
roads. And then you got number 4, which is another picture. And then on the other end, you got number 5 and 6.
Okay,
All right, what I'm concerned about, we'll start with number 1. Can you pull up that picture?
photos.
Yeah.
The 1. That's from my property going out toward 41 on your pond. You notice there's a drainage ditch there. And that drainage ditch, looking at this angle, the left bank of that drainage ditch is where the property line is. Well, what I'm getting at, that's a drainage ditch right on this property line.
Yes, sir.
All right, look at picture number 4. Number 4, that's, you're standing on Yo Pond at the intersection of Yo Pond and Pine Needle Way, looking toward the river. You see the road surface that the cars drive on? The property line there is approximately, it's less than 2 feet from that road surface. The property is up on the road. And you also see to the left, there's a big old ditch.
That's what I was wondering. Is that another
Yeah.
deal?
And
Stormwater.
now let's go to number 6. Number 6, that's from the river side of it, looking back toward Yo Pond. And that's showing the ditch at the property line closest to the river. Now let's go back to that other, that concept site. All right, you look here. Number 6 over there, you see that corner of the property?
Yes, sir.
It looks like it's on the edge of the road. But in reality, that property is 6 feet out in the surface of the road. And I measured from the property line to the opposite side of the ditch, not the side that's right on the road, but the other side. It's 18 feet. All right, you go back here on the other end, from the property line to the edge of the ditch is 12 feet. You know, that's roughly, I may round it up because I'm against this, but it's around 12 feet.
All right.
All right. Now we're talking about sewer. DHEC's regulation on setbacks for sewer. It's 5 feet from a property line. But from a drainage ditch, it's 25 feet. So from the property line, you're using 37 feet of his property is out of the picture for sewage line, for the sewage system. On your pond, it's only 25 feet.
I get
But the
what,
type of sewer system, since we got real bad clay out there, and my environmental engineer said if it was any worse, he wouldn't even try to design that. That's just what he told me when he designed mine. But when we talk about the sewer system, we got a neighbor, not in our neighborhood, but in the same vicinity, that just put in a delta drip system, which would be what he'll have. You put something similar to that in there. And you calculate your tile fill by the absorption of the dirt, type of dirt it is, and how big your house is, and how many bathrooms and all. Well, they've got to design their own, but it's gonna be similar. He had to have 3,136 square feet of tile, tile space. And then you gotta have the room to put the tanks and all that. But DHEC requires you to designate 50% more property for future expansion if it fails. I'm telling y'all this, but y'all probably.
that's for the septic fields.
And so then he's got to put in wells for drinking water. Setback for a well from a property line is 5 feet. But from a drainage ditch, it's 20 feet. So you look at these properties, it might fit. But what I'm saying is before a variance is done, I would like to see him have a scale drawing of the lots, a scale drawing the footprint of the house, and where the sewer is gonna go and where the well is gonna go.
Point taken.
This would all be awful naught if he can't put in a sewer system and a well system.
Understood.
And so, anyway, that's, I'm no expert on sewer, but I built, I put one in on mine. But,
Larry, tell them where yours is.
huh?
Tell them what your sewer system is.
What?
Tell them where your septic is,
Oh, yeah, my septic system,
right beside his property line,
can't really see it on this, but it's,
right behind.
yeah, you see that line? That's my property line going off right there. My septic system is right in that corner on this side. So, that kind of, he can't put a well there because my septic system is 5 feet off the property line.
All right.
That's just my concern is, can he actually develop these things if y'all do a variance? Or are y'all just kicking the problem down so he's got to go to DHEC and get a variance? All I'm talking about would be brought up in the permit stage of this, but why make them go through it if that's gonna be a problem?
Yep, I think we get your point, Mr. Livingston. We understand.
And
Thank you, Larry.
just a little extra, well, I've lived out there for over 30 years. And he
Yes,
talks
sir.
about these subdivisions, which majority of them are just neighbors being good neighbors.
I can see
It's
that.
like, I had my property and there was 1/3 of an acre that was on Doug Jones' property, which was useless to him because there's a pond there and the road. He asked me, do you want that property? And I said, yeah, so I bought it. That's a subdivision in the way he's describing it, but that was just a transfer of property from his lot.
One lot to another.
And their property line was abandoned. The same way on Cliff Moore's property. He says that was a subdivision. Cliff Moore was buying his house. And in the survey, and he found out there was an encroachment on the property line. The previous owner built a shed. Rather than tearing the shed down, Doug Jones says, we can move the property line. It was, it wasn't free. Mine wasn't free. I paid for it. But that's the nature of the neighborhood. You got a problem, the neighbors get together and solve it. And so, they moved the property. He paid him a few $1,000s. And, problem solved. No lawyers, no nothing involved. Same way with Michael Morris. When Tewksbury subdivision was coming, he wanted a buffer. So he got Barbara Jones to subdivide her property. He bought it, abandoned the property line. All these subdivisions, it's deceiving. When you say subdivision, you think somebody designed the property for a home site.
Right.
But
And your point is they've been,
subdivision is just neighbors helping neighbors. Joe Sharp wanted a buffer. He got 8 acres from the Thomasons, paid them for it. And
so your point is
that's
these
that's just the way
subdivisions
the
have been
neighborhood is.
for the benefit of the community.
And from the conception of the neighborhood, every lot that's been sold was sold to 2 different type people. One that wanted to live in a neighborhood, bought it, built a house, and moved in. The other one, they bought it for investment, but they never changed the lot. And a lot of them have bought it 30 years ago and still got the same lot. This is the precedent we're setting with this is the first time a developer has bought a property and gonna build spec houses. That don't really fit our neighborhood. Anyway.
Understood.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Livingston. Appreciate your comments, sir.
We'll be short here.
Yes.
I'm Cliff Moore. He pretty much.
You gotta still come on up.
Larry just stole he just stole all my thunder.
Okay, well, that's good.
I'll just.
Yeah, we don't have to repeat anything that was said, but please state your name and
I'm
address.
Cliff Moore. I actually live on Pine Needle Way.
Okay.
838. He referenced it, the plaintiff. Plaintiff says.
Applicant.
Yeah, applicant. A lot of lawyers in my family. He referenced my property size. It is the smallest, I think, out there at 0.91 acre. There's a reason for that. Doug set up, we have a pond on one side of me and the Wando River on the other, and parking for the community dock. That's why I'm the peewee in the neighborhood, 0.91 acres. It would set a bad precedent doing what they're doing. That's been reiterated 10 times. I only want to add one other thing. Larry said everything. These people that are opposing this, it is to their financial detriment. If Larry wanted to be in favor of it, if half the people out here want to be, they would make hundreds of thousands of dollars. There are people out here could subdivide their 6 acres into, well, if you look at the new Tewksbury thing, 50 lots. And they're still not doing it because they want to maintain the rural luxury and beauty of the property. That's all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moore. All right, anybody else? Yes, sir.
I might be last.
Okay, come on up.
Both, please.
Please state your name and address for the
So my
record.
name's Bobby Green. I live at 780 Yopon, and I'm the current head of the HOA. It was formed by Bruce, and I'm the youngest person in there that became the head. I just want to say, obviously, you can tell we're a tight-knit community. Everybody's there for the benefit of the community, and starting to subdivide hurts the character of the community. We all treasure what we got. We would welcome a single-family home there. One home on the acre lot, just like everybody else's. Nobody wants that kind of development coming around, and we can't stop it on what's happening on 41. But with the well and septic, it's a challenge and the roads. No, we don't want somebody, a lot of cars getting in there, people and horses getting hit, dogs getting run over. And like I said, we're just a tight knit community. We're all here to oppose the subdivision, not oppose a house being built. We oppose it being 2 lots.
The variance.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank
And
you.
it was turned down prior, so.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Appreciate your comments. All right, anybody else wishes to speak in opposition to the application? All right, thank you very much for your comments. Mr. Greer, you have an opportunity to respond.
Here's the email.
The email, great, thank you.
There's a number of emails between me and our
Okay.
top one, actually, says the 271 feet.
And so just so I can understand, was it just a miscalculation or was it misreading of the ordinance, or what do you think it was? How do you think we got
He
it?
told me she did not base the corner. The other corner lots used the whole corner as the frontage for their calculation. Since I was using the corner of Yopon and Pine Needle Way as frontage for the corner lot. She said, well, I need to do the same thing with the other lot, which I wasn't aware of until after I bought the property. I didn't know that's how the calculation went. I went through the zoning ordinance, looked at the definition of frontage, and it says any property line that has access to a street or roadway. Tells me both those properties, both sides would be frontage.
Okay.
I want to clarify a couple of things. I'm not a big developer by any means. I have 2 friends that we joined this, we created this DJP Homes this year. This is our first venture, first property we're trying to do. I saw this neighborhood, I thought it was, I looked at another property over on Clements Ferry Road. Didn't like it. Drove down in this neighborhood, I don't just get beautiful neighborhood. And my first thought when I looked at it, I was like, because it's long and skinny, it kind of sets up for 2 lots. That seemed, that as an architect, for some reason I can't not have to look at things like what's the potential for this? Went into zoning ordinance, for the chart in the zoning ordinance, frontage for RR1 is 70 feet. When I was told 271 feet, that was quite the shock. And I was like, dead in the water. That was before I bought it. Then I was like, well, I think actually I can get this. So that's why I moved forward, because I thought I could get it. It was only because I didn't want to have to deal with this. Again, I've been doing architecture for 40 years. I've been in many planning commission meetings, many city council meetings, and seen this stuff go on. That's not, I didn't want to do it to them. I didn't want to do it to me. I don't have a good stress level for that. Didn't want to do it. The fact that this is going to create lots of traffic, it's 2 houses. It's not going to create lots of traffic. Whatever you say, it's not going to create lots of traffic. You keep referencing the 21 lots, not 51 lots. The subdivision, according to tax record, City of Charleston GIS mapping, is the Douglas Jones subdivision. It's, if you zoom out on the map I did, it's highlighted in red. All of those properties, according to Berkeley County tax records, are in the Douglas Jones subdivision. There's nothing that identifies other than their exhibit C
Okay.
in their covenant that talks about what lots are in.
And that's
the
fine.
Wando Yacht Club.
But that doesn't really change
Anyways.
that doesn't change the frontage calculation, right?
No,
You
it
just
does.
do-
The only thing, you know, we've got no frontage, 129 feet frontage. And yes, then there's 700 feet of frontage, and there's 1,300 feet of frontage back here. So
Mm,
it's,
yeah,
it's, it's a difficult for me, for my. When I got to 271 feet, I could do it. I said, okay, well, let's give it a shot. If I can get one house, I can get one house. That's all, that is what it is. I understand that. If they don't want it, but I would like 2 houses.
understood. Anybody have any other questions for Mr. Greer? Thank you, sir. Appreciate your patience and your comments.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I just need to clarify, so, and I think the applicant sort of alluded to it there. So to be clear, when Anna had made her initial contact on this, she did not include the fact that it actually, because it was a corner lot, it had a secondary frontage piece. That wasn't a part of the question that got asked, so that was not a part of the response that was given. Upon actually having an application in front of her, when the map actually came for the request, it did get a more formal, complete review, at which point the updated calculation, taking into account that the applicant was requesting to use all of the frontage. Of course, we had to make sure then that we were using all the frontage for our calculation. So I just want to make sure that that's clear for the record, that when she was looking at it, the question was asked a certain way and she answered that way. And upon further clarification, when we had an official application with all of the mapping documents before our plat review committee, we gave the more complete answer, updated calculation.
All right, thank you, Robert. Appreciate that clarification. So we have a recommendation from the city for denial. We've heard from the applicant. We've heard from the neighborhood. Do we have any discussion?
We do have somewhat of a detriment to the character district situation, because of what is perceived as the community, the subdivision, and what the community is actually saying, what makes that subdivision great. So the character and precedent that might be set is of concern.
You know, I may have one question for the applicant. Did you go back to your real estate attorney? Has he offered an opinion?
No,
Okay,
I have, no, he didn't tell me.
no worries. I didn't know if there was something out there we hadn't seen.
Robert, question for you. Could the applicant, the more formal review process that you mentioned, can he go through that if he's under contract, or does he have to own the property?
Plat review committee, he would just, in order to make submittal, he would need owner of record at the time of application submittal to sign off on it, or documentations as a part of the contract that they would be under, authorizing him to make such a submittal.
So he could have gone through that hypothetically before closing.
Yes, I mean, it's, again, it's a more involved situation, engineering, surveying, preparing the appropriate mapping
Sure.
documents, but technically, yes.
Yeah, to me, it just doesn't seem like the application meets the variance test. I mean, partly about what you mentioned about the character of the neighborhood being harmed, but also staff's finding, obviously that the lots are less than they're required to be. So even if the lot is unique or different, it actually works against the application instead of in its favor, in my opinion.
All right. Anybody else have any comments? Any questions? Have a motion.
One last thing, you just looking at his computer, so C, because these conditions, the application, the ordinance to the particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. The community, or at least one member has said that they have no problem with a house being constructed. I'm assuming that would.
Correct, yeah, it can absolutely be used for, it will meet all the requirements from the zoning perspective for development for a one-family or single-family detached home on the site. I think R1 even would allow for an ADU, so you would potentially have the ability to have a secondary unit on the site, even potentially just not a subdivided, not a monolithic second home kind of thing. to a couple of the participants' question. I mean, again, it is a, how do you do it and meet all of the requirements from a DHEC standpoint? Because again, this is an area that does not have access to city sewer or city water. So it has to be able to accommodate a well, sufficient septic field and septic system to be able to handle waste, and given the drainage and the private streets and all of that. But yes, I'm sorry, the short answer was yes, it can still be put to productive use as it's currently designated for, which is a single family residential development.
Okay, thank you.
Looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion to deny the application.
Okay, we got a motion to deny. Is there a second?
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Huey seconds the motion. All in favor of the motion, then the motion again, to remind you, is to deny the application. All in favor of the motion to deny, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None are opposed. The motion is denied, and the variance for 0 Pine Needle Way is denied. Mr. Greer, sorry to deliver the bad news, but I hope you can work something out, and we'll maybe that's the end of the novel, or maybe there's a next chapter. We'll see. All right, thank y'all. All right, is everybody okay to continue for another application or two without a break, or do we need a break?
I don't want to use. I just feel it.
But not that person.
All right, the next item on our agenda. B10, 4 Henrietta Street, Garden District, Council District 4. Oh, yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Bear.
Okay. That's my only record in it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your time.
Good morning. All right, B10, 4 Henrietta, Garden District, Council District 4, TMS number 459-13-03-078, Zone DR2F, requesting a variance from section 54-301 to build a one-family detached dwelling with a 2-foot 9-inch west side setback, 7 feet are required, and requesting a variance from section 54-317 to provide 1 off-street parking space. 2 spaces are required. The owner is SC Reno Partners LLC. The applicant is Coastal Creek Design, Joel Adrian. Mr. Summerfield.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, so this should not be should not take anyone by surprise at this location for Henrietta Street.
The address sounds familiar, Robert.
Yes, I think we may have talked about this once or twice or a dozen times. And so this property is just a little west of Elizabeth Street on Henrietta. It is kind of between 2 Henrietta, which is a very small lot that has an existing house that I believe is under renovation, and 6 Henrietta, which is a larger lot that has an existing home built on it. This property is a separate independent lot from 2 Henrietta. It is important to note that as there has been some conversation about the fact in the past 2 and 4 Henrietta have been used in conjunction, but they are 2 separate independent subdivided lots of record. And so this property is eligible to make a request to develop a single family home on it as being proposed. This lot does have is exceedingly narrow particularly for this area, which makes trying to accommodate a home, particularly a home under current building code standards, somewhat difficult. I think that's why this application has been before you a few times. I will note that while the previous application for 4 Henrietta Street was denied, that denial was based on multiple setback variances that were in excess of what is currently being proposed. The application that is before you, because any improvement here actually kind of, because everything is so small, even the slightest improvement is kind of big. In my review of this request, I did review this, and in my professional judgment, this is a substantive change from what was previously heard. And so, was eligible to come back for a new application within the 6-month, cooling off period, if you would, that the code would normally prescribe for a denied, application. So I did want to make sure that that was clear for the record. So the applicant on this property has continued to work with, I believe, the neighborhood on addressing some concerns relative to what they are working on, which is why you now have a request for a variance for to provide 1 off-site or off-street parking space where 2 would be otherwise required. Previously, they had been trying to park, I think, both cars on site. Additionally, they are now only requesting a 2-foot, 9-inch setback on the west side, where 7 feet was required, and previously this property had been requesting setback variances on both sides. So again, based on comments that were received during previous hearings, as well as some comments that were made in some correspondence that we were privy to, I believe the applicant has made a good faith effort to address some concerns, at least of some of the neighbors, to be able to develop a what still constitutes a relatively modest single-family detached residential structure for this property. Still provide some on-site parking with the 1 parking space. Again, it's a single-family lot. It's previously held a single-family home in the past. For these reasons, given the constraints of the site with regard to the very narrow lot width, and the proximity of the other structures on adjacent properties, the variances seem reasonable to allow for the property to be developed. Trying to develop this property to meet all the development standards, just I'm not sure what that would look like in terms of an actual livable construction. So that staff is continuing to support the development of a single-family home here, and is recommending approval of both the variance for the side setback, as well as the new variance being contemplated here to reduce the on-site parking requirement from 2 spaces to 1.
Okay. Could you go back a slide, please, and remind me, how did they get relief from the 6-month?
So the denial for the of the variance in June was for variances both to the east and west side, didn't include reduction in parking to offset those requirements. The setback variance in totality was greater than the reduction currently being requested.
Considering this is a new application.
Yes, sir.
All right, anybody here in opposition to 4 Henrietta Street? If you could just raise your hand. Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Adrian, I assume we're gonna hear from you.
Thank you. Thank you. There we go. Joel Adrian, Gulf Creek Design here, 4 Henrietta again. Apologize about coming back this many times, but Robert, if you give back up that one, I'm gonna go back to that one. Oh no, that one. Sorry. There you go. So if you remember, we were denied. We came back on the appeal. There was an issue with the appeal being posted and then removed. So we adjusted the application. To give you just some background, I know that the neighborhood is here not in support of the application, but I did reach out to Mr. Fred
Mr. Fred was very nice to provide me with a sketch. And he said, if you can work within this, we would be supportive. And that sketch was to eliminate one of the off-street parking spaces, pull the house forward, maintain the setback for the front part of the house, then have an area that's 20 feet in depth that would be allowed to go to 17 feet of width. And Robert, I think the posting is actually incorrect because it's stating that we're asking for a 2-foot 9-inch west side setback. We're asking for a relief of 2 feet 9 inches, not to set the house 2 feet 9 inches off of that property line. So we're maintaining 5 feet or 4 feet of setback.
Well, the good news for you then is that that is a lesser request or deviation, so it's not an improper posting, so you can continue with your application this evening.
And so we have revised the plan to accommodate what we were directed by Mr. Fred in the neighborhood. And we have a house that maintains the side setbacks at the front. It opens up to 17 feet of width. And then I'm sorry, if you go, yeah, I guess right here, no, go to that site plan. So when you look at this site plan, the area that's in blue, starting with the stairs, from this point to that little corner back there, that's my 20 feet. Left to right, that's my 17 feet of width. Everything else complies with our setbacks for the property. And this is what we were directed to do. This area compromises a total of 59 square feet. When we started this process, we were over 100 square feet. It is also important to remember that this property, if you go to the lot coverage area up there, this property is undersized. It is supposed to be no less than 2,500 square feet to be zoned what it is, which I think is DR1. And so we've got a lot that's undersized by over 150 square feet or 140 square feet. We're asking for 59 square feet of relief based off of a sketch that was provided by the neighborhood. Half of that relief area is 1-story stairs and a porch so we could actually get into the house. If we don't have that little bit, then that part needs to push in to the actual footprint of the house, reducing the ability to perform to build and design a house for the property. I think now if you'll go, let me just flip through the sheets so you can see. Simple floor plan. So we're looking at a room in the front that's 12 foot wide outside, it's 11 foot wide in the front. Inside, sorry, we got a simple little bedroom, a bathroom, but the majority of this house is 12 feet of width, 13 feet of width at the most going from front to back. That's for the kitchen, the dining, and the great room in the back. The second floor is 3 bedrooms. There's an owner's suite. There's a really small little bedroom here that has a bathroom. This part stacks on top of the entry, so it is in that area that we were told we could design within. And then the same part of the front stacking again. I think if you go to the front elevation, it's a little single house. It fits in the neighborhood. There's been comments about it being too tall. You have to look at our streetscape, which might be 2 more sheets. Oh, there we go. And yes, it is taller, but it's the only house on this street that actually meets the current flood requirement. Flood requirement is FEMA's base flood elevation. Because it's new construction, it's required to be 2 feet of freeboard to that design flood elevation. And that's where that is. It puts this house 4 feet higher off the ground than the adjacent properties. Looking at what's there, the width of this house, if you compare the width of this house to any of the others on this street, you will see it is the narrowest width. If we go to the next sheet, sorry, other way, I guess. This was the diagram that I think really is the telling story. And again, we've got a property that was planted, God knows when.
Could you come to the mic, George? Sorry.
Okay, so we've got a property that was planted, and who knows when. We've got a city zoning ordinance that's been applied because we're trying to create a formwork to work within. When you look at those blue lines, those are the setbacks for all those houses. And there's not a single house that would exist if it had to comply with the current setback being enforced. And the majority of them, actually all of them, are wider than what we're currently proposing. And again, at the direction of the neighborhood. So I believe that if you go through that variance test, is there a special and unique situation, smallest in width piece of property in the area? The others, next smallest properties, those houses are sitting on the property line. So they've received their variance already because there wasn't one to be asked for. And let's go through, is it gonna damage the neighborhood? I think when you look at the streetscape, it fits within the property and in the zoning, and it fits within the context of that neighborhood very well. And then if it's denied, does it unreasonably restrict? And it does, you know, and I've got to try to still get a front entrance. We showed that first design, it didn't have a front entrance, it had a side entrance to the VAR. Frankie said that that was not going to be something that they would be supportive of, because the other houses on that street have doors that face the street, front doors. So 14 feet, I have to try to get an entry space, and it just really changes and extremely limits and restricts the utilization of this property. And then I will answer questions.
Will you remind me, did the lot have a house on it historically? I can't remember what we talked about
We've
last
been
time.
asked that. I have not found anything that shows that there was something there. Before, I will say that the questions about 2 and 4 being shared prior to the work being done on 2, there was a stair that came out of 2 that went on a 4's property, and that obviously has been removed. So I'll leave it at that. I think that, you know, initially, if you go back and think about the process, we were also directed by the neighborhood to put the house closer to that shared property line with 2 initially. We looked at that, we did that. There have been some significant issues with the builder that's working at 2. That builder has been relieved of his duties. He is no longer part of that project, but it was quite embarrassing when you looked at the construction that was being done in the state of the job site. But the owner of the property has made a change in that. And so there was concern because that existing house at 2 doesn't have a fire rated wall to push the new house at 4 further away. So we're doing that. 3 feet away is going to require that that wall be fire rated, and so it will have a 1-hour rating on it as required. Yeah. And also, something that I don't know where to go. 59 square feet seems like nothing, but it allows for that whole stair and little foyer to get into the house.
And Mr. Chairman, at the applicant's point, I do need to correct the record. So the application, if moved forward, would be to allow a 4-foot 3-inch west setback, 7 feet required, versus that you noticed at 2 feet 9 inches. Again, for the record, want to be clear, the request is actually less intense than what was noticed, so there is no issue with the fact that we would be potentially making a change here in the room, because we are reducing the amount of the variance or the deviation versus what was posted.
All right, thank you for that.
And it's 4'3", you said?
4 foot 3 inches.
All right, anybody else who wishes to speak in favor of the application? All right, seeing no one else to speak in favor, now we'll hear from anyone in opposition.
So my name is Sue Foster. I live at 42 Chapel Street. I just want to say that Charleston created the BZA and VAR so that those bodies could establish some clear standards of what neighborhoods should look and feel like. How much of a lot can be built on? The size of buildings relative to their neighbors, the amount of space between structures, provisions for parking, and so on. These standards are available to builders and contractors easily. It is not that they were announced yesterday and come as a shock to the applicant. Pardon my sarcasm. In my opinion, if the lot is not of sufficient size to build a profitable house, there were no barriers to the applicant knowing that before buying the property. The applicant points to other structures which do not conform to the zoning regulations, either current or past. While that is true, it is not a justification to build another house which does not conform to the regulations or parking requirements. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Foster. Who's next?
Hey, I'm Julia Armstrong, and I've recently moved to the Garden District and renovated a house, and there's a lot of things I would have liked to have done, but I couldn't because of regulations. And what I don't understand is, I don't feel as if the lot has
What's
changed.
your address? I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, 18 Elizabeth.
Okay, thank you.
I don't feel as if the lot has changed in size or scope or anything since they bought it, I believe, in December of 24. So my guess is that this developer bought it with the intent of getting a variance to build a 4-bedroom, 4.5-bath teeny house with no parking, and I don't see how that helps the neighborhood. And maybe it's physically possible to morph the space and build this 4-bedroom, 4.5-bath teeny house with no parking. But is that right? Like, why do we have zoning? I mean, it just seems a lot like putting 10 pounds of something in a 5-pound sack. And as a new neighbor, it just doesn't feel right. It doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem like they're doing it to strengthen the neighborhood. And maybe Fred Willis drew a picture that he thought might work, but I think it just doesn't make sense. And I don't think it's right. And I think if there's a variance granted for this, it's basically like saying, okay, developers, you can buy your thing and they will change their zoning in order, you know, to accommodate a teeny house with 4 bedrooms, 4.5 baths and no parking. And there's gonna be 4 college kids living there with 4 cars on a road that has no parking already. And I don't think that is helpful to the community.
Thank you, Ms. Armstrong.
Thank you.
All right.
Evening, members of the board, thank you for this opportunity. My name is David Gross. I've been before opposed. Continue to be in opposition. Just to give you
your address, I'm sorry.
My address is, I live at 27 Charlotte Street, and I am part owner of the house that my son owns mostly. He's Hugo and he lives there. And my interest is, our long-term plan is to actually switch houses. And we would move to 600, and my wife and I, Victoria, and Hugo would move to our house at 27 Charlotte Street. So we have a long-term goal and a long-term interest in the property. Both of us do. I'm going to read you what I wrote, but I also have some photos, and I don't know if it's appropriate to pass these around or what the process is, but I went around to different parts of the immediate neighborhood and picked some photos of some new houses that were built, and there's 3 of them. There were many others, but I just did 3 at the same time. But those 3 houses were built. One is 14 feet wide, one is 15, and I think even less. The 14-foot house is valued for the tax board at over $1 million. And these houses are further north. One's on Aiken Street, I believe. The other is on American Street. I'm not exactly sure about. But close enough areas to compare. So I respectfully ask that you deny the developer's request for a reduced setback and parking variance on the property adjoining ours. And I find it difficult to separate the reduced setback from the parking variance. They're 2 separate issues, but ideally they should be combined as one because one affects the other. So I'm not an architect, but I feel like that should be considered in approval of denial. point, firstly, I think everyone kind of agrees and opposes this, that there's no legitimate hardship. And I brought those photos to show you that these are developers, and I believe they can build a house and make money. And a lot, and they can build a house that's small enough and still make money. So the lot is fully capable of supporting valuable and well-designed homes within the existing zoning standards. I believe the parking variance is unnecessary. The property allows the home to be placed far in the back of the street to create 2 off-street parking spaces. And that's not an impossible condition to conform to, it's just a design choice. Granting a variance for convenience undermines zoning code that exists to protect neighborhood balances and fairness. I also think it's important to note that this board has already denied this very project once before. We talked about. My understanding at the time when I was at the meeting was the principal reason for the denial was that the developer had failed to engage with the immediate neighbors. That would be Hugo and perhaps us, because we're part of the house. We own the Henrietta, which is the immediate to the west. The one we're requesting the setback variance. The requirement is 7 feet, and I think we're requesting for 4'6" in certain areas of the area. Anyway, when that was denied, I hope that that denial would serve as a clear message to open a dialogue and collaboration between the developer and the immediate at no point during any meetings, and over this long period of time, have we been contacted by the developer or anyone associated with the project to the best way to make it better or more compatible with the neighborhood. And we welcome that. And at one of the meetings after that was denied, I think the developer, I can't remember his name, Shane, came up and said, we're going to get in touch with you. Well, we exchanged numbers, we never heard anything. To make it clear, my family and I really welcome improvement on the lot. We want to see it developed responsibly. We continue to have serious reservations about the site plan being presented tonight, particularly parking layout, placement of the house, and the setback variance. At this point, it feels as though the developer strategy is to persist and wear down our opposition, which is hopefully not a consideration that will exist. In hopes that our opposition will appear as reasonableness on their part. If it's not good planning, it's not a good process. If the board is not prepared to deny these variances again this evening, I respectfully ask you to defer your decision with the recommendation that the developer finally engage with the immediate neighbors to revise the plan into something that works for everyone. Thank you for your time and fairness and your service to the community.
Thank you, Mr. Gross. Yeah, and I had a question for him too. Is there, can you specify any harm that the adjacent property that you, I guess, are partial owner of at 6 Henrietta, can you identify any harm or detrimental effect to your adjacent property?
Well, yes, previously there are windows on the second floor of that single family house. Well, it's actually duplex, but the larger part of the house is single family. There's an egress window on the second floor, which I think there's a fireplace that he has positioned on the plan. There we go. He's got 5'7" there, and that's and that's roughly where our egress window is. And if cars are parked here, if the car is parked here, then it just makes it difficult for emergency vehicles, rescue, whatever ladders to be put up along that area there. So that's an issue particularly concerned about. And the other issue is the length of the house as it affects our property. That's not a zoning issue, that's more of a design issue. But that is a zoning issue there. It's basically a safety issue for egress for us.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gross. Did you have another question? Mrs. Grass had another question, sorry.
Just explain to me again what the photos represent, because I see you have the first one 14 feet wide, 15 feet wide, 15 feet wide, the house width.
Yes, that's correct.
I believe the applicant is, your house design is 14.6, is that correct, or is it, did I misread that?
It's, it follows the setbacks that are allowed at the front. And then we made it 17 feet wide for that small section of stair and the foyer, at the direction of the neighborhood. And then it goes back, it conforms with the setbacks.
So it's 17 feet wide.
No,
Is that what you're saying?
No, it's 14 and a half is your
Okay.
maximum width of that lot all the way through, but the property lines aren't square. So if you square to the road, you're losing because they're not parallel with the street.
Okay.
So at its widest, what is the width, I guess?
14 and a half feet at the front.
There's 12 at the very.
But we did 12 feet, so it's going to one party spot.
But here it's 15, but you go from here, it's 15, but
17 feet.
17.
That's the area that we were told we could use.
Okay.
It's a moving target.
And I just want to say that gentleman references the neighborhood, but we were not contacted. So, sure.
Thank you, Mr. Gross. All right, anybody else? Mr. Willis?
See something. Oh, I saw.
It's Hugo Hannum-Gross, 6 Henrietta Street. David's my father. Lucky to have parents who are kind of a team a little bit. Anyway, I'm sure you guys are tired of being here for this. I am. I feel like we are constantly on the defensive, trying to just stick up for ourselves. Not only defend, sure, if it was all within regulation, fine. But we're now having to defend our neighborhood against someone doing something that's not even within regulation. It's not fair, it's time consuming. If this was a family that was moving next door, who wanted to build a house and they needed it, fine, but these are for-profit developers, they knew all this stuff. And this affects us. It will affect my parking. I don't know if y'all have been down Henrietta Street. You cannot park on the street, okay? And even on a slow day, you cannot park on Henrietta. I'm lucky I have a driveway, right? But it will affect everyone else's parking. Fred Willis is pretty technical and he's gonna be giving you some more technical things, but just the ethos of what it is like and what it's gonna be like to live there. I've lived next to these owners now for about a year, and the state of that lot, the way they do things is just, it shows off the bat such lack of respect for the neighbors. I mean, it looks, not anymore, they cleaned it up, but for about 6 months, it looked like a junkyard. I mean, it was horrific. They had people blocking the driveway, they had people smoking crack. I mean, these were like literally horrible builders. I mean, like it was the roughest thing. And I don't know about you guys, but when you do something and it's gonna affect your neighbor, usually you say hello. But it's just how you do things, right? He claims to be talking to the neighborhood, which he is talking to Fred Willis about technical stuff. But last time I gave him my phone number, my cell phone number, I live right next door. Come and talk to someone who is, with the stroke of a pen, we'd probably grant this variance right away. But the fact of like bully and just come here and just because you change the regulations, right? Sorry, just because you change your plan, you reduce what you want to do. I mean, that's a tactic. You start with something huge, right? And then you reduce it. It's still not within regulation, but it looks good because it's been reduced and y'all are happy, but we're not happy about it. Anyway, getting all worked up. But we live here and I'm gonna have to live there. And this deal my dad's talking about sounds great. I'm gonna go to a nice Charlotte Street house. They're gonna move to my house next to this horrible thing. So anyway, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Gross. All right, Mr. Willis.
All right.
I've heard your name around here during this application presentation, so I'm glad you're here to tell us yourself.
Yes. All right, my name is Fred Willis, and I live at 99.5 Alexander Street, which is about 3 blocks away. And this property has come before this body a number of times, and I thought if you would bear with me for a moment, I'd like to give you a little more background on some of the emotion that you hear. Could you go back to the original site plan, maybe, yeah, right here. One more, there. All right, so I'm gonna step over here and just motion something, and you'll see what I'm talking about. This is the existing house at 2 Henrietta. And here's the proposed new house at 4. These properties were owned together. This was the side entrance that Joel mentioned. And this was basically used for parking, a shed in the back for 40 years, maybe more. What happened was that in December of 2024, the developer bought this property and they began work on it without a permit. We called them on it. They got a demo permit, and by the time they got the demo permit, they had built all the interior walls in number 2 without a plan being submitted to the AR, without any approval. So we got off to a bad start, wouldn't you say? And it was in terrible shape. So the worst thing you could say, I guess, is it's at least somebody's fixing it up. They're doing a good job. But the work that they've done on number 2, Joel did the plans. It really is the worst renovation I've ever seen. And I've been here 30 years in this neighborhood. So this has rolled down on all of us to say, what in the world are we getting? It's currently got a stop work on it because they violated so many of the BAR regulations. I should have been maybe not surprised, because this contractor that Joel's working with, he estimated his cost of complete renovation down to nothing at $55 a square foot. And if you look at that house today, you'll probably say he probably could do that for $55 a square foot, when in actuality, you know, it's gonna be $300, $400 a square foot. I don't know. But it is the worst, I promise you, I've ever seen. Hugo mentioned the yard. We had to call livability at least 5 times to get the yard cleaned up. Number 4. They use that as their trash barrel. So coming into some of the previous meetings, it just hadn't maybe made us realize how bad the people we may be trying to help are with regard to what they're going to do. I know that's not part of your purview, but I wanted to just explain the emotions that are coming behind this. And if I saw a contractor, now I've never seen a contractor, I've never seen Joel, I've never seen any of the owners on site. Doesn't mean they haven't been there, but I promise you I've been there 100 times, walked by there. I've never seen anybody connected with the project on site. So that's kind of where we are, and that has caused, Joel, I'm sorry, some confusion with some of that support that I had desperately tried to gather to sort of evaporate. Now, if you look at the lot, the 2 lots together is 3,560 square feet. What they want to put on that between the 2 houses is 7 bedrooms, 7 bathrooms, and 1 parking space. So you can see, we're a little bit concerned. I live at 99.5 Alexander. I have a 5,000 square foot lot. I have a 3,000 square foot house, and I have 3 bedrooms in it. That's kind of how our neighborhood has gone. We've taken duplexes and gone to single families. So with all of that involved, I think that if you agree to a deferral, even a denial, I still have a vision of how we might could help this project go forward. But it's not gonna go forward, hopefully, without us meeting with the real people behind it. I don't know who the owner of this property is. I know who the designer is, and they've certainly been, I mean, they've done 7 plans so far. But each time, what I'm thinking happened is the developer doesn't really care what this thing looks like. They simply keep telling Joel, it's gotta be 2,200 square feet, it's gotta be 2,100 square feet. Rather than coming and sitting down with us and saying, okay, why do you really want 7 bedrooms and 7 bathrooms on a lot the size? So I have met with several of the people here, they've spoken tonight. I do have, I think, a compromise. And I would ask you to either defer or deny this application. And if the owners or developers will meet with us, I think we can come up with something. Our daydream initially was, of course, they would do an addition onto the existing house. And that would be in keeping with the neighborhood. They get their 2 parking spaces. They wouldn't worry about just one property line, which wouldn't be a worry then. But, you know, that's gone away. People in our neighborhood would take this property, they'd build an addition with a hyphen, historic to new, swimming pool. That's what our neighborhood is doing right now. And with this house at number 2, it has 1 family room. It's got a kitchen, an eat-in kitchen, and 1 room where people can gather, which is what? 13 by 13. And then 4 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, I'm sorry, and an attic. No yard, no parking. So just me going back and being a developer, I would have done something completely different, but that's still possible, but unlikely. Anyway, the purpose of standing here before you is just to say, that's background on some of the emotion that keeps coming up. We think let's work with them, and then there's no, developer or owner who meets with us to really say this, come on, guys. You've heard from David and Hugo, who have the property immediately next door. And they're more than willing. They've been waiting for somebody to call them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Willis. Quick question for you. I know Mr. Adrian said that he was trying to design it in accordance with the drawing that you gave him or some kind of a sketch. Is that right? Did you give him a sketch that he's designed in accordance with, or?
I gave them a sketch of property lines only. I
Okay.
didn't give them a sketch of a house or anything like that.
Thank you.
And I would say that the previous plan that did not get heard in August was they didn't need a parking variance. They had 2 parking places up front. So that sort of gave me the idea to take that 1 step further and meet with our folks and say, okay, using that plan, I think I have an idea that should work. But I don't think confusing this presentation tonight, trying to change the application, I would really like to get these folks together
Right.
with the developer and work that out.
And we have to look at it and we have to determine whether or not it meets the 4-factor test of the variance set forth in the ordinance. So that's what we'll do.
And as David pointed out, and I had sent a photo to Joel's office of a very cute historic house on Wentworth that's 13'6" wide. So we know there are houses around town. I know he doesn't want to do them, but it's doable. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Adrian, you still got a voice?
I do, I apologize. Yeah, COVID a month ago. My voice is always the last thing to come back, but what I have here that I've written on is the sketch that was sent to us by email from Mr. Fred. In the email, because initially we had the 2 spaces provided off street. And the email was, well, if you take and get rid of one of those spaces, I can get that, I can move that through and get that approved, and we would be supportive of one off-street parking space and a design that's 12 feet wide at the street, goes back and then balloons to 17 feet for a depth of 20 feet. So that is what I designed. And if you go to our site plan, and I appreciate the neighbors, and I'll apologize. I thought Fred was like the point person for the garden district's architectural review. That's why I'm working with him. The design we had prior to this maintained the 7-foot side setback and was only requesting relief on the right-hand side. And then we were instructed to do this. So this is what we provided. And I'll note that you can see where the adjacent house is. So nothing back here. And if I can move that, we'll pump that in 2 feet and we'll keep the 7-foot here. But there is no wall here that is in violation of the setback that's impacting the adjacent house. It is right here in the front yard and not back here. And it maintains the setback here. There are not 7 bedrooms, 7 bathrooms in this house. These are 2 separate parcels, sold as 2 separate parcels. I believe, again, if you look at that variance test, you got to think about the property in the vicinity of this house. And so if we go to that last sheet, Robert, the property in the vicinity of this house, which one of these properties is undersized for DR zoning, less than 2,500 square feet, only 24 feet 6 inches wide, and trying to fit a house within the setbacks that are required for development. There's not a single one. If you look at the streetscape, we go back to that streetscape, there's nothing about that design that does not fit within the context of the neighborhood. So you can't say that it's a substantial detriment to the neighborhood. You can only say that, yes, it is significantly impacted by its size, whereas the other properties in the vicinity are not. We're not looking at trying to create something that is built, sold, or just built, rented. We're trying to create a residence and that people can live in. If it is built and sold, then wonderful neighbor gets put in there. If it's built and rented, then the property is being used and the city's happy because we're getting those units back to downtown the peninsula. I don't believe that anything that we're doing is overboard for that lot. Again, looking at that streetscape, there is no other house as narrow as what we're proposing. And the width of that is increased by that extra 3 feet that we were told we were gonna have. I think, what else I have? There are so many things that I feel like that we have reached out, we have tried, and it's a moving target. It just keeps changing. You know, it's pushing the house closer to 200, and I am in full agreement that the renovation of 2 was a daggum disaster, the way that builder worked on that site, which is why that builder has been relieved. I am the designer, I am not builder, I am not in charge of that property. But after talking with Fred, I went by there and took pictures and I showed them to the owner. I'm like, look at this, you can't have this. If I was the neighbor, I'd be pissed off too. And so that's been addressed. And I guess that what I'm trying to get at is that I think that this application, without a doubt, meets every one of those 4 hardship tests. And we're looking at 59 square feet to be able to build a successful house that meets the neighborhood compatibility.
All right, thank you, Mr. Adrian. Anybody have any questions for Bill? Thank you, sir. All right, we've heard from the applicant, heard several of the neighbors. Any discussion?
It seems like the applicant is trying to get closer to what has been asked of him, but the neighbor that's gonna be most impacted, I couldn't vote for approval knowing that they haven't communicated and that all of the issues have been resolved. So I don't, in that regard, I don't feel like it does meet that part of the variance test, because they do feel like it's gonna impact the character of their neighborhood. I don't know, that's.
Yeah, I think
all
it's,
have.
I totally agree. I think it specifically spells out the adjacent property in that rule number 4. And the adjacent property owner is here in opposition, so it's hard for me to say that they won't be affected when they believe that they will. They're pretty strongly opposed, so. I agree.
Yeah, I'd like to ask, Mr. Willis, when you guys met, did you say you represented the entire neighborhood or?
Pardon me?
When you met with, Adrian?
I never met with him personally.
You never met with him personally?
No, we've only corresponded by email.
Oh, okay.
But what's your position with the Garden District?
You asked me a question?
I think that's the question he's asking.
Yeah, what is your position with the Garden District?
I am not a member of the neighborhood board, but I've been asked to look at projects that come up for development. So I'm kind of a middleman.
Does the neighborhood board have an official position on this variance? Do you know?
The neighborhood board, I think the answer is it hadn't been presented to the neighborhood board. It's probably the most direct answer I could give you.
Okay.
And we have tried, as David said, and Joel says we, but we've never met the we. I've only met Joel. And so I'm not sure who owns this. I'm not sure. We think we know what their goal is they're trying to do. We certainly heard from David and his father son, they'd like to work with them, but we don't know who they are. So it's been a little awkward for me, and yes, I did, and I will say that Joel did take what I gave him, came back. I did not say I'd get it approved.
No, and it's not
Yeah,
really,
exactly.
we're not worried about that
Sorry.
too much.
I'm the vice president of.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so go ahead, tell me.
It does not come before the board or the neighborhood association as a whole. Fred is, he is sort of the chair of the development committee, and as such has been deputized to deal with this development issues in our neighborhood.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Foster. All right, Mr. Adrian, you wanted to say something about the neighborhood association?
I think I appreciate her saying that. I mean, I'll back up. Before we presented to you in June, we were at the HOA meeting and we did present that initial look.
Okay.
And then before this meeting, they had a meeting and I set the drawings and Fred said the agenda was full and I would not be able to present. So the drawings were provided, but again, my understanding was that Mr. Fred was the point person, the liaison, the person to work through.
Right.
And so I trusted that, and I believe it was just affirmed that that's how it was presented. But I have presented at an HOA, and I attempted to present again. And we're working within the parameters that we were given to work with.
Right, okay.
And the adjacent neighbor, the area that's adjacent to his house needs to step back. It complies.
Yeah.
With the setback.
So just one more question for you while you're here. You heard Mr. Willis talk about a deferral, and I can sense a little bit that your patience is a little bit thin on this application and this property, but is a deferral something that you think could be fruitful, or do you think it's time for a decision one way or another?
I'm sensing that deferral would be a favorable I think it's unfortunate because I believe this application truly meets the hardship test. There are other applications that have been approved that aren't nearly as clear cut as this one. But I would accept the deferral because it leaves the door open versus, you know, if it's denied and shut, then I've got to try to figure out how to do this in 14 feet, get it approved by the BAR.
Right. And what I didn't hear from Mr. Willis, over my dead body, I heard we're still willing to work, so.
I'd say something.
Yeah, Mr. Gross, go ahead.
We would love a deferral and like I had mentioned earlier, we're not in opposition to something being built there, but we just want to have a communication because as this project, it's better to start from the beginning on good footing between two neighbors, bad footing and loving that.
Okay. All right.
I would also like to add, speaking to the character of the district. So these houses look very plain to me. And I'm not so sure, I didn't see a detailed drawing of your house, but as far as property values, with associated properties in the community, I'm not so sure I would build something just to fit as opposed to building something that had great character. You gotta make sure you have great character. The other thing is that Charleston is all different, 0 lot lines, we live on top of each other. He does have a point about restrictive utilization and that kind of thing. But I think it's important to work with your neighbor and that kind of thing and make sure, because this lot has been used differently for the past 40, 50 years. But if I was a homeowner down there and I wanted to protect my value, I'm gonna put a little bit more emphasis on what you build as opposed to whether it fits a matchbox. So be careful and make sure you make the right decision because that's as important, super important. Henrietta is a great street. When I ride through there, I love it and I love to see those properties. And I don't want to see a cookie cutter matchbox. I just want to add that.
I just have one question for Ms. Foster. Does the neighborhood association take positions on projects?
It has done. It has not taken a position on this project.
But it is in y'all standard practice to review projects and give neighborhood approval. So if they did that, they came back, there's a chance y'all could come back with neighborhood approval.
Yes.
All right, I think, obviously what I would think the city would like to see would be a solution that is at least to some degree satisfactory to everybody involved. And so I think there's only one path that has that as a potential outcome. And I'm ready to hear a motion.
I'll make a motion for deferral.
Okay, is there a second? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None are opposed. We're gonna defer this and we hope that y'all can work together to try to find a solution for this property. I'll make a couple comments, and I usually don't comment on substantive issues because I want the board members to have an independent view of things without feeling like they're being directed by the chair. But two comments. Number one is I tend to agree on the variance test, and I think we have to look objectively at the setbacks and I agree with Mr. Adrian. I do think in terms of the setbacks, I think this property probably meets those criteria. But also you have to consider the parking variance as well. And the parking variance may be a bigger hurdle for me in my mind to overcome because you are talking about an effect on adjacent property. So if it were up to me, I would have split the vote and I would have voted on the variances separately. But just to give you an understanding of where I'm coming from, but I want y'all to try to get together and see if y'all can't work something out. Thank you very much. So we'll be deferred and I don't know when you'll come back, but hopefully when you come back, everybody will be singing from the same sheet of music, hopefully.
Who was the second on that referral motion?
Mr. Goodwin.
Good one, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I would take that break if you'd like one now.
Okay, we've been going for close to close to 3 hours. So we will take a brief recess. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you.
So live mic, yeah, and that's not everybody knows. Thank you. Thank you all.
Not just. And there's no comments, so. I've done your civic duty. You go to an ambulance, go quick.
No, okay. YouTube. Oh. That's what's happening. Taking out my client. Just who's gonna push the agenda, right? And so too, because of her connections at NASA, she had made the International Space Station, and we really like those great cool yes, because it was like an experimental product that they wanted to try like somewhere. And now I'm like, still do that, and he's like, well, now there's no incentive to give me free products because I'm not giving them the job.
Yeah, they don't stop.
I really wanted that.
This one. Ever. Missy used to work for us, but she retired.
Oh, yeah, to use the stars and stuff. Oh, she does have a doc. Like studying the stars, yeah. She's like really big on saving all the trees, so I think in that case, you really don't much of the. Yeah, she probably be a. Yeah. She even had, maybe she'll still have these products. These little boxes, that's also an experiment that we're going for Mars, that you can make each box into its own food.
It is.
Based on that.
Yes.
So she's thinking that built in, and have like various kind of like roughly. Restaurant. Two of you.
No, you don't get it.
Yeah, it's still kind of. You and all this stuff that we have. So we're working at rock first, and then our goal is to get farm over. Other things. Next.
I don't take all to that.
And survey. Here's for those numbers.
All right, we thank you for your patience. We'll be recording again in just a moment.
Oh, no, we're still recording.
Oh, we are still
We didn't
recording.
pause it because the thing can get early when we pause, so.
Okay, great. All right. Well, we'll continue trudging along our path here. B11, 898 Ashley Avenue, Wagner Terrace, Council District 6, TMS number 463-11-03-021, zoned SR2. Requesting a special exception under section 54-110F to extend the non-conforming north side setback of 3 feet, 9 feet of required. And requesting a variance from section 54-301 to build a rear addition bedroom suite with a 12-foot 3-inch rear setback, 25 feet of required. The owner is Ava Suarez. The applicant is Habitable Form, Mr. Summerfield.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, so as read, this is for two separate items. One is a special exception, one is the variance. This is for property that's kind of mid-block on Ashley Avenue. Here you can see it in the zoning footprint map, and then you can see the aerial here in terms of what's how this property is situated. You can see that this is a pretty standard lot for this block. Everything's kind of essentially similar front setbacks, rear yard proportions, things of that nature. Hopefully everyone took a look at the documentation that the applicant supplied as far as their narrative for the test. We supplied some great photos of the property. At the bottom here, you can see the rear of the home, the existing. Their proposal is to remove some a rear kind of steps in a rear entry mudroom and do a relatively modest bedroom addition back in that portion of the house. See it kind of blown up a little bit more here. See it there, see where they would take off the existing work mudroom base there, and then they bring the extension out with the new house or new bedroom, sorry, with windows that would now face into the yard this way instead of the current windows that face towards the backyard. They do have letters of support from their neighbors, including the neighbor on Darlington Avenue is the street behind. And so this is one where the special exception staff looks that there's no issue with the special exception. As we were reviewing it though, we did have, there is area within the existing buildable envelope that it feels like an addition could go behind the house, still build within the envelope. Not an architect, so obviously I'm sure there are concerns that will be brought up as to why that's not practical for the applicant, But from a staff perspective, there is still, seems to be sufficient square footage within the building envelope to not need to have the encroachment into the rear setback. And so we could not get there, for, the hardship. Again, no issue with the special exception to, increase that, along that, lot line. In fact, that was the only request here, to actually be able to do that at the staff level, because it, is less than 50% of the existing, so I believe it is. I think when we looked at it, if it was only that, we could have potentially done that at a staff level, so. But again, looking at the building, the potential building envelope, for the rear setback, we couldn't find for that. That said, again, they do have support from the neighbor to the rear. And again, that rear setback is meant to create that space for some outdoor living space, but also create that buffer between, the kind of the living area of the house, and the rear. So with the rear neighbor support, our concern may not be everybody else's concerns. So with that, staff is recommending for the special exception, but we are recommending denial of, basically splitting the rear setback in kind of almost in half.
All right, thank you, Robert. Do we have anybody in opposition to the application for 898 Ashley Avenue? Anyone in opposition? No. No one is opposed. Do we have the owner applicant here?
Hello, my name is Chelsea Anderson with Habitable Farm, representing the applicant. I just had one correction on the notice. It said 3-foot north side setback, and it's actually 6'2" at the smallest, on the plans. So again, less intense than the notice, so should be okay. Wanted to note that. And then I did want to speak to the variance and that usable area that appears to be available. It comes to the historic character of this home, and we're trying to have as least intervention on the historic fabric as possible. And through my research through the Sanborn maps, why I included those in a zoning presentation was because that little rear porch that we're looking to demolish is not historic. It was built sometime after the 1970s. So that would be a prime area to remove from the house and alter it while keeping the historic fabric, including siding, trim, windows of the rest of the house. So if we were to, do the addition across the length of the back of the house, that would affect more of the historic fabric of the house. Also, that's, an important rear bedroom. To take away that window would be detrimental to light in that area of the home. And they do have a very beautiful yard and a nice shed that they utilize. So coming across the entire envelope there, talking about this area, would also get really close to that shed, which would be detrimental to the usable space in the backyard. And like we said, talking with the neighbors. Oh, when I touched it.
Yeah, when you touched it, yeah, it's a touch screen, so when she touched it, it turned on.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Would be an Easter egg for our YouTube viewers.
Yeah, so that's the hardship, is basically the historic nature of this bungalow that we're looking to respect. So any questions?
And just to clarify for the record, so we do the measurement from the narrowest part of that setback, so there is a portion of the house that is at the 3 foot. So even though technically absolutely correct, you're not quite in that, because it's a special exception for the non-conformity. We address it at the narrowest point of the non-conformity.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Jesse. Do we have anybody else who wishes to speak in support of the application? Okay, come on up.
My name is Eva Suarez. I live at 898 Ashley Avenue. We do use our backyard a lot, and so when I was working with Chelsea, I really wanted to preserve as much of the yard as possible that we could use for our incoming newborn to play outside. And also we eat out there all the time. It's just really special. So I think if we extended along the back. That particular area is just not as nice as what we have preserved. So that's really the only other note I have to add.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, Ms. Eva. All right, any questions for the city? Any questions for the applicant?
You said that it could be utilized within the envelope. Where within the envelope are you?
So again, and we do, and from a staff perspective, do want to fully acknowledge the historic preservation aspect of it. I think that is certainly something for this board to consider in this conversation. That would definitely be something that our Board of Architectural Review would be very supportive of in terms of this. And so there does create a little bit of a tension, if you would, between the zoning, which would say, which is what I have said, which is, utilize, reorient the addition such that you have this kind of additional area to work with within the envelope that you could work with. To our design professional's point, though, this is a historic bungalow. Obviously, in an addition for a historic home, we want to minimize any impacts on any historic materials that may be a part. And again, I think you do look at that, like that mudroom addition, removing that and just minimally connecting to the house there versus maybe something that would kind of impact the whole rear of the property. Also, you wouldn't want to do anything that might project out past the current edge of the site. Again, additions to structures that would be deemed historic are supposed to be subordinate and deferential to that existing historic elements. So, again, it is kind of a little bit of a tension there. And something I think you all can consider in your deliberations, but from a staff perspective, there was, from a pure zoning standpoint of what the code allows, it felt like there was envelope available for utilization to achieve the goal of adding to the home.
Thank you, Robert. Let's go ahead and take these separately, and I don't want to cut off any discussion if there's discussion, but let's take the easier one first. So I'd like to hear a motion on the special exception.
Move for approval on the special exception.
All right, is there a second? Second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None are opposed. The special exception passes. Now, does anybody have any discussion on the variance? I do note that there are 3 letters of support in the file. I don't know if this came to the Wagner Terrace community board or not. Okay. No concerns by any of the neighbors.
I'll make a motion for approval.
All right, so we're going to have Mr. McKay move for approval of the variance for 898 Ashley. Is there a second on that one? All right, Mr. Goodwin is going to second the motion to approve the variance. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, we have 4-1 on the variance, so the variance is also approved. You could vote the special exception of the variance, Ms. Grass, voted no.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, the next item is the 12-0 George Street, 317 East Bay Street, 315 East Bay Street, and 313 East Bay Street, Anson Borough Council District 8, TMS number 458-01-01-054, 458-01-01-003, 458-01-01-004, 458-01-01-005, Zone LB, requesting a use variance under section 54-203 for expansion of existing accommodations used to add 5 sleeping units. The owner is 313 East Bay Development, LLC. The applicant is Hellman and Yates, PA, Brian A. Hellman. Mr. Summerfield.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, so the property in question is here on East Bay. You can see it's just before Lawrence Street. This is the addition. However, it's important to note, and the reason why we did include uh, all of the other components of this property is because it really is a single operation, if you would, that is being proposed here for Zero George. And so while these additional sleeping units are specific to this property, the concept is for the entirety of the overall site or campus, if you would, of the Zero George concept. You can see the property here also in the aerial, and then as you go north along East Bay, you see the other properties that are a part of the Zero George kind of campus and a part of the application. And you can see the aerial from a few different angles. You're on East Bay looking towards the Gilliard where we're at, west onto the property, and then from George Street, looking south. So the request is to add, and Mr. Hellman, as all of our good land use attorneys do, has given a very detailed memo on the request, and hopefully everyone's had an opportunity to go look at that. The applicant is requesting to utilize this property that they own at 313 East Bay and incorporate it into the accommodation structure that they have already in place on the other properties here at 317 East Bay, 315 East Bay, and obviously Zero George location. You can see here they have the site plan that shows how all of this is connected. So part of this proposal, they will utilize the kind of the front desk service, the valet service, if you would, from the loading spaces that are on George. This is important because there is a lot of difficulty with cars being able to legitimately access and make the turnaround on site at 313. And I think Mr. Hellman can talk a little bit to just the narrowness of that driveway. And then when it comes out, the visibility of trying to utilize that for, just regular, even household traffic, if you were from this site, is extremely difficult given that there's a relatively large utility box there, as well as some street trees and just the depth to the intersection at George Street and East Bay. You can see survey map. Again, this site is an existing, they're not proposing to really change anything relative to the site. However, they'd like to use the units that are within the 313 location as accommodations units. Right now, they are extended stay rentals. So they still use them in an accommodations like or lodging like atmosphere, but currently they are for 30-day rentals or 30-day plus rentals, and not a part of the inn structure, which they would be proposing to do. As a part of this, they provided some additional drawings of just how everything interacts with each other and how the units work within the 313 location, as well as some elevations for consideration. They had their traffic engineer, Beal Traffic, or Beal Engineering, do some additional information about traffic generation and parking counts. And so the request is a use variance to expand the additional the existing accommodations use that currently exists on the Zero George campus to include 5 sleeping units at the 313 East Bay Street location. We have letters of support in your packet from neighboring properties, as well as we did receive correspondence, and it is included in here from the Hannah Historic Historic Ansbro Neighborhood Association about their non-opposition support, non-opposition of the proposed use variance. It is a use variance, so it does require the 2/3 vote of available members. And again, staff is recommending approval.
Okay, so we've got a staff recommendation of approval for Zero George. We've got letters of support, no letters in opposition.
Correct, no letters
And
of
then
opposition.
do we and then we have a letter from Hannah. Did we get anything from Historic Charleston or Preservation Society? No comment on this?
No comment from either of the preservation groups.
All right, accommodations use, we'll always have to look out for
Yeah.
those letters. Who is in opposition to Zero George here? Nobody. All right, Mr. Hellman. If you want to say anything.
I would prefer to say nothing. It's
No.
short in your evening, but I'm happy to say as much as you'd like, as little as you'd like, answer any questions you may have. I think Mr. Summerfield did a wonderful job of explaining it. Mr. Slagle, Mr. Summerfield, we even had Mr. Batchelder. We met with Historic Charleston Foundation, with Preservation Society, with Hannah, with all of our neighbors. We've really worked pretty hard on this, as Mr. Summerfield said. These are sort of in a hybrid situation. They're still subject to accommodation tax with the state because they're less than 90-day rentals. And there's a really big problem with ingress and egress out of this property. And there are accidents as a result, because of the sort of longer term accommodation use, if you will, the valet doesn't work for that. And as a result, those folks need to park. That's really what's driven this, and we really appreciate the city and their insight, kind of helping think through this and getting us to where we are now. So,
yeah. And I want to say you've made an excellent record on, I know that there are a number of criteria that are necessary under our ordinance for the accommodations use factors. And we do like to have a strong record for that when we make decisions regarding accommodations. And you've done that for us very nicely in writing, and I commend you on the presentation and your application. Thank you. So makes our job a lot easier. Good.
So does getting all of the support. That was excellent. Thank you very
Certainly.
much for that.
Particularly since it's so easy for Henson Borough residents to come here and share their concerns. So thank you.
Mr. Andrews runs a nice business.
Yes, we have, and I didn't say that with Dean Andrews and Adrian Goffin and Jennifer Beal here with us. So thanks.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hellman. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Hellman while he's here? Okay.
Move for approval.
All right, Ms. Grass moves to approve. Is there a second? Mr. Goodwin seconds the motion. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None are opposed. The motion passes. And the use variance and expansion of the accommodations use for Zero George and all the other addresses.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I'm sorry you had to wait so long. But at least for Brian, the billable hour assuaged a little bit. All right, thank you, guys.
Thanks.
All right, the next item on the agenda, B 106 Columbus Street, East Side, Council District 4, TMS number 459-05-03-063, Zone GB, requesting an appeal for reconsideration of a board decision denying a parking variance. The owner is Human Darji. The applicant is Brian Crouch, architect, Mr. Summerfield.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, so this is related to the application that you previously heard to add a wine bar to this existing residential structure as a part of a redevelopment, rehabilitation, remodel, a re-something, and Brian can tell you more about that when he speaks. That is in the Columbus Street street frontage between Meeting and Nassau Street. You can see the property here. The request had been to provide essentially no parking for the new wine bar component to this. They do have existing non-conforming residential parking on site that would be continued. But with the new use being proposed, that did require the variance. And because of parking issues in the area, as well as some comments that were made that we had received informally, as well as even one of the public comments that had ostensibly been in support, but also kind of talked about the fact that there's a parking problem. Staff could not recommend for the variance. The board did vote to deny that variance, and the applicant is here to discuss what they feel was grounds for the board to reconsider that application. The denial was at your September 2nd meeting, and the applicants did appeal that within the time frame that's specified with an application for reconsideration received on September 5th. And this is the most closely schedulable meeting for this hearing. Because it's a request to appeal for reconsideration of a board item for which I'm not aware of a specific error. Staff has no recommendation with what the board should choose to do on this application.
All right, thank you very much, Robert. I assume that there's no one here to oppose the request for reconsideration. No, I think it's just down to the last two applicants here. So, Mr. Crouch, we'll hear from you on the reconsideration. I believe, if I remember correctly, I think I was your lone vote in support on the last one. So
That's correct.
You've got to convince the rest of the board and not me.
Brian Crouch here, representing the owner. I'll try to make this pretty brief. The motion for the denial was based on, and Mr. Bennett's not here, who made the motion, but was based on, he didn't believe that we met the part 3 of the variance test. Because these conditions, the application of the ordinance to this particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. This property is in general business. General business encourages mixed use occupancies. And the board admitted that even if we tried to convert the entire property to commercial, we still wouldn't be able to provide parking, adequate parking for any sort of commercial use. And we feel that this effectively negates the purpose of the zoning and create the hardship for the owner against the allowed use. The board acknowledges that the parking ordinance makes the intended use of the property unusable. And then the general business designation, it's the most intensive commercial zoning, and it really is used to promote mixed use occupancies, similar projects of this nature.
Thank you, Mr. Crouch. Any questions for Mr. Crouch on this application for reconsideration?
Yes, my question would be, what do you consider is our, how we erred in our decision?
In saying that we didn't meet the part 3 of the variance test.
And particularly, I mean, it doesn't have to, we don't have to find that the applicant has been deprived of any and all use of the property, right? We just have to find that there's an unreasonable restriction on the use.
Of the intended use of this type of zoning designation.
This property is a converted adaptive use Charleston Singer building.
The building it's residential, 2
Residential
units, yes.
And down uses are, you can't use residential and commercial zoning.
Correct.
That's correct.
Yeah, it does allow for residential use within the GB zone.
Yeah, unfortunately, based on that, you could still use the building for residential purposes. So it's, in my opinion, that doesn't restrict the utilization of the property. Even though it's zone commercial, there are blanket commercial uses all over. And they're residential, some are commercial, but they're not restrictive in my opinion.
but as general business, I feel like, this particular piece of property, I mean, it's not on an island. It's surrounded by general business, type uses. It's not limited business. It really is, designed for commercial applications. For general business.
And I'm gonna violate my rule again, but everybody knows where I stand on this anyway. From an appraisal perspective, right? And you know, I work with appraisers every day. From an appraisal perspective, when you talk about a highest and best use, and when you talk about what's legally permissible, and what I'm thinking about at least is you're thinking about the variety of uses that you would have in a general business designation for zoning. And so even though it could be used as a lesser use such as residential, because of the zoning that is permitted on the property, it could be higher, there could be a higher utility for that property. And so when I think about it as being restrictive, you know, I do think that there's some restriction on the utility of the property because I think it could be used more intensely than it is. That's my mindset.
The restriction in this case is that there's just not enough on-site parking.
Right. Go ahead, Brian.
We're not, this is just the appeal, so we're just wanting the opportunity to do more homework and legwork, meet with neighbors and such.
Part of highest and best use is physically possible.
Right.
Is it physically possible to carry out the use, even though it's own general business? He can't put a gas station there.
Nope.
Can't put a McDonald's there.
Nope. But he can't put a coffee shop there, or whatever it is that they want to do.
But you can't live there.
But it is, just to be clear, the restriction is based purely on parking in this case.
I'll let Mr. Crouch address that.
That's correct.
And yeah, I don't see anything else. Does anybody else have any questions? I was just gonna make a motion to grant the request for the appeal for reconsideration to hear more of what he's offering as far as talking to neighbors and maybe some more information.
I'll second that.
All right, so we got a motion, we got a second to grant the motion to reconsider the appeal. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, Mr. Good was
Just-
opposed. We understand, so we'll.
With
Go
my
ahead.
apologies, I just need, can you give me a reason, cause if
Yeah,
the reason is on his end, then he pays for another application. If it's on y'all's end, then I pay for the next application.
I think he'd be happy to pay for another application, but I guess. I don't know.
Well, I feel like he's made the case that we may have erred
Yeah.
in our decision based on that criteria.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Appreciate it.
So with that approval, that means you are eligible to reapply and have this item reheard. It does need to meet the submittal deadline because we will have to do a new notice in the newspaper, renotice the site, all of the normal things. Please work with Chris and Matt to figure out what the appropriate date is to get your submittal back into us. And based on the motion, there will be no fee for that one.
Okay, thank you all so much.
Thank you. Good luck on your next presentation here. All right, so that brings us to the final item on our agenda. And that is number B14, 2109 Virginia Oak Court, West Ashley, Council District 2, TMS number 353-03-00-041, zoned SR1, requesting an appeal for reconsideration of a board decision denying a setback variance, owner applicant Matthew and Crystal Martin. Mr. Summerfield.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm going to apologize in advance because it appears I'm having some unstable internet, so I don't know if this will move with me. This item is related to as mentioned, a variance that you previously heard, or this board previously heard for this property here on Virginia Oak Court. It was to allow for an addition that would encroach within the setback to the critical line buffer. Yes, and I'm not gonna throw all the acronym pieces of that because I'm gonna get them wrong and I'm gonna use the previous agency and we're just gonna leave it at critical line, the setback to the critical line, or the building setback to the critical line. And so you can see the surveys here. The proposal was for this addition for a garage with a kind of a loft or living space above it. It did have this kind of odd shape going on with trying to build above the existing external HVAC system. So it kind of created a little nook there. You can see the floor plans that were proposed again for a one-car garage with kind of a half bath and mudroom, and then an upstairs flex loft space. Not sure why we have a picture of the dining room, but you can see the outside here where they would be proposing to build above, like I said, above that existing HVAC system to allow for the connection into the house. So this item was heard by the board on August 25th, 2025. It was denied at that time. The applicants did request reconsideration on August 29th. So within the period for requesting reconsideration, the earliest meeting we could get that scheduled for was for tonight's meeting. As with all appeals of the board's decisions, where we have not had a material thing like that, we completely missed something like we had a few months ago. Staff makes no recommendation as to the what action the board should take.
All right, thank you very much. So we're not facing any opposition here, but you are requesting reconsideration. And so why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us why we need to reconsider your application.
Sure. I'm Crystal Martin and I live at 2109 Virginia Oakport. Thank you for allowing us to present this again. I feel like that I wasn't at the last hearing, and so I feel like there was a lot of information that was not articulated. After watching it back, you had several questions that I feel like were left unanswered. And so I wanted to have the opportunity to present that to you because I feel like it's pertinent information, basically saying that we meet the variance test.
Okay, so go ahead and tell us why.
Okay. Well, the first, and I can't see, I just printed out so small. The variance test, the first question is exceptional conditions to the property. Well, this home was built in 1930 and the home is, oh, there it is. Okay. I don't know if you can pull up the map that shows the house. So I'll just give you a little bit. Actually, if you could pull up the entire cul-de-sac. There you go. That'll work. So our house is obviously the one that's marked in blue, and that is the original property or the original home of this property. In 2006, the property was subdivided and these other homes were built with current restrictions. Our house, it was mentioned several times, is closer to the marsh because it was built in 1930 and there were no restrictions. So those other houses, fall into accordance with the restrictions of the time that they were built. However, now, since the plat was re-recorded when the property was subdivided, now our property is being held under these restrictions. And actually, I think if if it would not have been subdivided, we wouldn't even be here. I think we would be grandfathered in. And I think there's an exception. I think it was 2000 and 2000 or 2002. For those like
Maybe
being recorded.
something like that, but
Something
yeah,
like that.
if it hadn't been
Right.
subdivided,
So
yeah.
it's like a 4-year time period and it's, anyway, so I just wanted to point that out. The other issue is that the critical line that has now been put on this property runs through the existing house. So for us to be able to add on to it, we're kind of already within that area. I did want to be clear that we're not trying to go into the critical area. We obviously love and want to protect the marsh while we bought a property on the marsh. But we're just asking for a variance to go into that building setback that has been established. The reason, I guess the next point for the variance test is also, we've got several grand oak trees. So that kind of limits this area is the only place on the property that we can put a garage. We're limited by the trees. Next. I think the next was asking about if it affects anyone else. We've got several letters. We've got letters from every other home in the cul-de-sac, from the HOA president, in support of what we're wanting to do. Sorry, it's so tiny. Yeah, so it wouldn't substantially affect the other property.
I think we got you
Okay,
covered
we
on
got you.
number 4. I mean, I don't think that there's
Okay,
gonna
yeah.
be any impact on the character of the district by
Okay.
y'all building the garage. I think what we struggled with, if I recall correctly, at the time was the one that we just reconsidered on the other one, which was because of these conditions, the application of the ordinance to the particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. And so I think the question is sort of, similar to a pool deck, which we've had to decide, and some other things, is a garage a necessity or is it a luxury? And is it something that would restrict the utilization of the property if you don't have it? Because obviously there are plenty of properties that don't have garages, and so it's sort of a thing, can you make a case for lack of a garage being an unreasonable restriction on the utilization of your property?
I think, are you waiting for an answer?
Well, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Tag along.
Gonna add to
Piggyback.
that too, is that I think that another thing that we discussed was just the design that we saw in regards to what you just said. It seems like it was a little, that it could have been designed differently so that you
Right.
wouldn't necessarily have to go so far into that.
Yes.
So I can touch on that, and that's actually why there is a picture of.
Is it a 2-car garage?
It's a single car. It's
Single
a
car.
minimal standard single car garage, 16 by 20. And honestly, the only reason that we're going into that buffer is for that connection. But the reason it has to connect there, if you'll go to the exterior picture, is because, so it would connect with that window. That's why there's a picture of the dining room. I can't push it forward because there's a fireplace there, which you can see the chimney. So that window, that far window on the bottom there that would become the doorway into the connection. And with the age of the house, I mean, beyond the fact there's nowhere else to connect there, I just feel like structurally, us using that window to create a door there and, minimally affecting connections to the house. That was the reason for the location. And again, since the house is already over or already in that buffer, that's why it's pushing the connection so far back.
I'm Matthew Martin. I was here at the last meeting and spoke to most of it, but I did want to add that, one of the use issues with the house, it's an older house that was built in 1930, so all the closets are very small. We have 4 children. All the other houses in the cul-de-sac have garages. Ours is the only one that doesn't. So we're short on storage and we're short on bedroom space. So this solve both those problems for us. So that in terms of the use of the property, that's the reason why we need this. I don't know if that plays into any of your decision making, but
I think that it does. I think it's relevant that the other houses in the cul-de-sac that were built at a much newer time have garages. Like I do think that where their house is positioned is affecting and restricting their ability to have a garage like their neighbors do. So I would argue, and I think I thought this the last time as well, but I would argue that this does make sense and I think it's worth reconsidering.
I think one of the things that we were thinking a little bit back then too, is you've got this area with your air conditioning under part of the structure, which is unusual. And is there a chance to consolidate the garage against the house, relocation of that, so you don't have to encroach quite as much?
Well, I can speak to that. The design is not necessarily based on the location of the HVAC. Those could be moved if they needed to, if it benefited anything, but they're really not restricting what we're doing. We wouldn't attach to the house there anyway, because there's a window there at the kitchen. So I mean, moving them wouldn't really affecting things. The reason that we're pushed back so far is because to make that connection. That's the reason we're pushed. There's nowhere else to connect.
because you have the chimney and then the other window up front. Right. Is the kitchen without, significant remodifications to the house. There's no other connection.
Yeah, I think that's where I'm struggling is I feel like that part of that variance test of, are there other options or is this the only option? That seems like there are some options, and that was why I voted the way I did before, is I'm having trouble feeling like it meets the variance test. I'm completely sympathetic with what you're trying to do.
I guess if you could explain what you're seeing, because I don't see the other options. There's no other, we can't build anything on the other side. We can't go into the rear. So that right side is really the only place that we can go.
But I think it's not necessarily that it's where it's more of the design encroaches a little more excessively than it seems like it should. I mean, I think the last time we talked about the stairs, was there any opportunity to maybe relocate those or have the addition, next to the house, those kind of things, so that it's not so excessively going over.
We need this, we need the connection to the house, not to be a separate thing, because we have kids that are living there. We might be able to connect to the house, so that side of the house is essentially where we can connect to. We can't really connect anywhere further on the back, on the rear, nowhere on the front. We have trees and stuff like that in the front that didn't become the issue. We have the chimney in the middle of that side, and then the front side of the house is the kitchen. So there's really no other suitable area to connect that we can see.
I can only speak for myself. I can't speak for everybody else. I don't have a huge issue with y'all encroaching a little bit. I think it could be done thoughtfully and less intrusive. I think there's some opportunities to work with your design professional to come up with some solutions that would be can be very pleasing.
I'll be honest with you, I am the design professional. So if you have a suggestion, I've looked at this every way possible. I've been a residential designer for 25 years. I've designed over 200 houses. Like, I feel like I'm coming to it with the knowledge that's needed. I don't know that anybody else could bring anything to the table. We have restrictions that we're, you know, having to work with. And, you know, the HVAC units are not preventing us from connecting further. They're sitting in front of a brick chimney that feeds 4 fireplaces. So I can't really bust into that, and the next available spot is that window. So aside from not connecting to the house at all, we don't have an option, and part of the reason for the addition is when we bought this house, we had 3 kids, and
What's preventing?
we had an additional. We
What's-
need that space.
Is there another window here?
That's the kitchen window.
Okay. And that's a non-starter from the connectivity there, because wouldn't that push you all out of the buffer?
Not completely, but it would substantially
most part.
reduce the amount of the
There's,
encroachment.
yeah, but there's the way that the kitchen's designed, that's not an option. It's not just an open window that we could walk through. I mean, there's cabinets surrounding that. There's a
It's not,
sink and
I mean, if that was gonna remain the kitchen, we'd have to move the kitchen somewhere else, and it would be ideal to have a doorway walking right out of the kitchen there.
I mean, you know, I feel like, I know when you're looking at it, because based on your comments last time, I think, or I feel like you look at it as though I designed this to the line. And that's absolutely not the case. This was designed, I mean, this costs more in construction to have a staggered back like that. It actually went all the way across and then straight across, and trying to keep it out of that buffer line, I staggered it. So, I mean, and as you look at it, it's minimal. It's, you know, a 4-foot hall needed, you know, it's not like excessive space in there. It's pretty tight. I'm not adding, you know, luxury space there. I'm adding a connection, like the minimal amount of space that I need to meet code to get into the house.
What was the, Robert, what was the city's original recommendation on this application?
So, as was kind of mentioned, this side of the yard is really the only place to build. There are existing encroachments within the building setback to the critical line buffer. So we had recommended for it. That said, we did have questions about, you know, again, to Ms. Grass's point about like what we can do to like kind of maybe reduce that intrusion. And the only area that we really found that seemed to be a question mark for us was just this little element.
Jut out.
Yeah, the little jut out on the first floor of the garage. I mean, again, you know, we kind of were, I think we maybe understood that the HVAC system couldn't move functionally for the house. And so, you know, that was whatever. And, you know, to the applicant's point, not only functionally for their family do they need to connect, but I need them to actually connect, because if they do it as a separate thing, then it becomes an accessory structure, and then we got a different can of worms and requirements that we've got to try to address. But staff was in support of the variance to allow an encroachment. The only area that we, and I'm sorry, my computer is doing some weird stuff. The only thing that we just weren't sure about was like the necessity of this, because again, that is part of the encroachment in there, just trying to kind of skinny up the impact to the area as much as possible.
That part even goes through, that part's not even going, I don't think.
I
It's
think
encroaching.
part of it may be in there. I don't know.
Yeah, there's this part here. Yeah, this leg of it here is.
Oh, if so, that can be, that's not an issue. I don't even need that
We
to
could, I
encroach.
mean, it wouldn't go to the back of the garage, then it would be pushed in
That's fine.
3 or 4 feet or something. I mean, potentially that can be
I
done.
mean, if that's
Again, that was a staff comment again on just trying to kind of get that encroachment down. I mean, again, it does create more of that staggered element, but yeah, I confirmed with Matt, staff was in support, generally in support of the application for an encroachment, acknowledging that this really was the only side of the house that would legitimately be able to be built on. And there is existing encroachments into that building setback because of when the house was platted, when the house was built.
What's this? Is that a tree right there?
Yes, I thought I had pictures of that. They're grand oaks and they're huge. Based on these pictures, they look like little dots, but the canopy of those trees are huge and, you know.
Yeah, and for the record, I apologize if you got that impression about the building out to the line or designing out to the line. That's not what I intended. It's just, what I'm struggling with is that we have to prove that there's a hardship, and that I'm just trying to wrap my head around that. And so trying to see opportunities where that might lessen.
I feel like the hardship is that our property is being restricted by things that we wouldn't be restricted by if there wasn't a development around us. Like I said, we would have been grandfathered in and we would have been exempt from these restrictions in the first place. So I feel like rules are being placed on our house because a developer came in and
So we
built
can't
other
use the
property around.
property
We can't
the
use.
way that we need
Yeah.
to accommodate our family storage requirements, and growing family and to be similar to all the other homes in the neighborhood.
And I don't think that we're saying that you can't. I think we're asking you to not have such a huge impact on that. Or
Isn't, just because this is.
Robert, I'm having trouble wrapping my head around because of the two adjacent lots being subdivided. It created a hardship on this lot. I mean, we've got critical zones and we've got setbacks that the city requires, but
So prior to the subdividing of the property, because of when that property had previously been platted, it had been platted before the date for which the critical buffer building setback applies. However, the code requires that any new subdivision that gets platted after that, which would have included this lot was created kind of new as a subset of that older one, even though it had a pre-existing home on it. That new lot is subject to the new critical, to the extent that new construction would occur on the site, it is now subject to those, the provisions for the critical line buffer and the building setback to the critical line buffer.
And when y'all purchased the property, this is the as-built survey, when y'all purchased the property, that one on the left.
No, we just had that survey done because to
They'd
the
have to
application,
recertify the
we have to be within the last 5 years.
Yeah, gotcha.
but y'all didn't subdivide the property.
No,
But
no,
You bought it with these restrictions on it.
yes, without knowledge,
Okay.
yes. And honestly, we didn't need the space. We had 3 kids and then we had a surprise.
When did y'all buy it?
2022, so, June, I believe.
Okay. And so you're obviously, you can't build into the critical line.
Correct, and we're not asking to build into the critical line. We're just
I mean,
asking
you're
for,
right up at the edge of it, aren't you?
we're asking for 100 square feet, less than 100 square feet into the buffer.
The porch that was existing is actually over the critical line already.
Right.
That is the corner, well,
You're right in this corner here.
Yes.
Yeah, so this corner right here does get close to the buffer. And then the critical line though is out here.
Right.
So this is the buffer
Yeah, we're in the buffer. We
Yeah.
get that.
Yeah, we're in the setback to the buffer. Yeah, we're not in the buffer presently. We're at the setback to the buffer.
City setback.
Yeah.
This is just For reconsider, this is just a decision.
Correct.
whether-
The decision
Feel like
that's before you tonight is to determine whether or not you think that there was some information not considered as a part of the previous question, or if you erred in some way, and that you're going to grant reconsideration, which would then allow the applicant to come back at the next availably scheduled meeting to basically re-litigate, to use a lawyery term, to re-argue why they believe that the variant that their request meets the four pieces. During that time, they could revisit their drawings if they think there's something that they can do to maybe lessen the impact on the setback. But this, again, reconsideration grants them the ability to bring the item back and forward sooner than the 6-month cooling off period that they would otherwise be required to wait before they could bring the same substantive application back before the board.
Or unless they brought a substantial change.
Unless they brought a substantial
They can
change.
bring that back in.
Correct.
Immediately.
Yeah, they'd have to give that to me, and I'd have to make a finding that it is in fact sort of like on that one from for Henrietta, that it is enough of a change to warrant being brought as a completely new kind of application.
I would say that the designer of the home being here and having answers that we didn't have previously is probably helpful, and it would be helpful, in my opinion, in a reconsideration. So I think that's where I stand.
Okay, so are we gonna discuss, or I guess we've discussed planning, so somebody wants to make a motion.
So coming back with the exact same design might be challenging.
Well, I guess that would be my question, like,
In terms of like the connection to the house, if that's an issue,
Yeah.
I mean, it's difficult for us to resolve that. The little bump out on the garage, potentially we can adjust that, but is that really, how much impact is that really changing? And I guess I would like to understand like what board considers to be the impacts in that buffer zone. Just for our awareness.
I think that it's not so here's where you are. There's an ordinance that restricts construction. You are not permitted to construct within that buffer zone, period, end of story. The only way that you can is if you can come here and you can prove each and every element of that 4-part test, and you can do it to every board member's or 4 board members' satisfaction, right? So you're prohibited by law from building in that area. So you're coming here for relief, and we have a test that we have to apply because you're not permitted to do that by law. And so we're trying to wrap our heads around is to help you by relieving you of that legal prohibition from building in that area. I'm not here to talk about the policy of whether or not the buffer line is a good idea inside the OCRM line. It's the law. And so we don't have the ability to change the law. We have the ability to give you relief if you meet that 4-part test. So that's the posture that we're sitting in.
Okay. So I guess my question would be, okay, we can't change the connection of it, the bump out. I can, we could get rid of that. To be honest, part of that was for architectural aesthetics. That house, that side is what our neighbors look at, so I was trying to make it appealing so that it's
And
not
that's
just.
admirable, and we understand. I get it.
So, I mean, that could be adjusted and taken away, but is that really going to affect your decision as to if we meet the
And what
test?
of the criteria, the 4 criteria for granting the variance, what are the areas that were deficient? Yes.
I think it's more kind of proving that you are understanding that you're violating that law, you're asking for relief, and you're not being excessive with it, right? You're doing as much as you can to build within what you're encroaching on, and I think that's what some of the board members seem to be struggling with, so I think what would make sense is, and I would make a motion to grant you a reconsideration, and I think what we're trying to say to you is it would be wise to go back and relook at this and see what you can do to make us feel like you're encroaching as little as possible while still getting what you need.
Yes, I guess I had done that prior to coming here in the first place, and so I just,
I thought you didn't come here in the first place.
no, I mean, as far, I didn't physically come here, I meant
Right.
prior to, like,
You weren't aware of that.
I worked through multiple design options before applying,
I
I
hear
guess
you.
is what I'm saying.
I'm saying we weren't aware of that because you weren't
Oh, I
here.
understand. Yeah, no, I understand. And that's, yeah, that's why we came back tonight together so that I could explain all this, but, I know, I understand we're begging for your mercy in this, but I also, I don't know how to, there's nothing I can decrease. I mean, there's building codes that require some of these things, you know, stairwells to be a certain width, doorways to be a certain width. And so for us to make that connection, I have to have that space based on code. And again, we're pushed so far back due to the age of the house that it puts us in that line. That's,
I guess I'm confused now because I feel like our decision tonight is to decide whether or not we aired or there was information that we didn't hear before that could help us make a different decision, but I feel like that we're basically hearing the application, which is fine, but I feel like if we say come back, that's not gonna be, that's not something that you want, you know, like that's not, you don't feel like that's helpful to you. If we say we will rehear it, it's either that or we deny it. I mean,
Yeah, do you want to be reheard or denied is kind of.
well, I don't want to be granted to come back here if it's gonna be a denial. If it's the same information presented to you and you know you're gonna deny it. I mean, I've got 4 kids at home that have had a babysitter for hours while we've sat here,
I
you
mean,
know.
ultimately, the bump out, that we were talking about on the right side there, I mean, if we did something to minimize that in the setback building area, I mean, that's basically what we could do. Would that be something that would, perhaps sway the board?
Well, here's what I would suggest. We need to go ahead and entertain a motion. And I will say this, no matter what happens, even if your application is denied and the reconsideration is denied, you have the ability to come back in 6 months if you can figure out a plan that could be a little different. Or you could come back with the same thing in 6 months, but if it's substantially different, you can come back sooner, but we need to draft this out.
And staff is happy to meet with you. We can do it virtual, because again, I'm a mother of 4, so I get it. Can be difficult to get down here to city offices, so happy to meet with you after this to discuss any questions you might have that maybe staff can help with.
Going into the setback some, we deal with that all the time, but I think just come up with a really good plan that you don't have to go into the setback so heavily, and that would be something potentially different, substantially different.
Anybody want to make a motion?
I think her being here this time is helpful and it's new information. And I do think they have a good argument. And I think I will make a motion to approve their requests for reconsideration.
Okay.
Based on that.
Thank you, Mr. Huey. Mr. Huey has moved to grant the reconsideration. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, Mr. Goodwin, thank you for moving the process along. Mr. Goodwin's going to second the motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, all right, so we got 3 against, 2 for, so the reconsideration is denied.
So we have recently had an issue where votes for one thing, so it hasn't been denied, it just failed to be approved. So I need someone ideally who didn't vote for the approval to make a motion to deny and the board to actually hold a vote on a denial motion. This was an issue, legal has advised us on a failure of approval is not the same as a.
Even on a reconsideration?
I'm trying to keep legal from
Okay.
yelling at them.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Right, we have-
So the motion for approval failed, but that does not necessarily mean denial. And so I need a denial vote. We had this issue at
One
the,
of us to make a
Sure.
motion.
that would be yes, but one of the 3 of you who voted against.
All right, one of the 2 of y'all make a motion.
You want me to do it?
Sure.
I'll make a motion that the request for the appeal for reconsideration of the board decision denying a setback variance be denied.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, yeah. So now we got a 3-2 denial.
Thank you.
Sorry.
And what does that mean exactly? We can come back in 6 months or?
You can come back with 6 months with the, as it currently looks right now, or you could come meet with staff. We could talk about potential alternatives to get you to an alternative design that then if staff finds substantially different than what was denied, then you could come back sooner with that alternative.
I know it's been a long night and y'all already go so are we. So in terms of the variance questions or whatever, or so other questions, to me. I know we have to meet all those, and I guess there's the board's opinion is that we're maybe not fully meeting all those, and we need to come up with a design that minimizes what's in that setback zone.
Well, yeah,
Minimizes or removes.
that, yeah, it would be hard to design, it would be hard for me to consider how you could design it to be entirely outside of that buffer zone. And again, I can't say from a policy perspective, that's a great thing, that's a terrible thing. That's not for me to say because that's already a law that's been passed through our city ordinance. And in fact, I think it's every jurisdiction in Charleston and probably the Low Country has, you know, there's a critical line and then there's a buffer inside of that critical line where nothing can be built. That's a policy decision that people have made. For the variance test, if you were gonna come in and say, okay, we're gonna build a, you know, we got a lot that's covered mostly by the buffer line because of a new line drawing or whatever, we have a plan to build a 6,000 square foot house and 5,000 feet of it is gonna be in the buffer area, then you're not as likely to get a variance as you would be if you designed it a little bit smaller. Hopefully that makes sense. I don't know.
I understand what you're saying.
We're asking about less than 100 square feet now, and so.
I mean, the goal is to minimize the amount in that, and it's difficult for us to come with a design. Maybe we can chop out a little.
Well, maybe the city can help you, maybe you can work with the city and help you get some relief, because
Thank you all.
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.